month anniversary to Goddess with the Edits. She said, wouldn't want to be a part of any other family. Love me some Henny and Henny gang. We love you too, boo. All right, so we are live. We are live. We are live. And I know that it has been a minute since we have been live. First of all, I want to thank everybody for supporting me through this Diddy trial. Crowdfunding was there, and I appreciate y'all because, baby, this trial got expensive, okay? And I was able to stay, cover the whole thing, and make it do what it do. And so I want to say thank you to everyone for believing in your girl, okay, for pushing me and all of that. I appreciate y'all. I do this for you guys. So if you guys didn't want it, I wouldn't have done it, okay? Let's be honest here. All right, so today is going to be my last day of Diddy trial content. Now, I do hate the fact that I'm moving around right now because I was supposed to be stable and situated. I have decided that I am going to continue to go vertical live in the mornings, and then I will be reintroducing things back into the algorithm, things that you guys like and love from me, okay? So today, what we're going to be getting into, first of all, can you guys hear me? Because I'm not plugged into any microphone or none of that. So I want to make sure that you guys can hear me and hear me good so we can get this thing started. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me tell y'all. First of all, we are going to definitely be discussing all of the escorts. I didn't put Sheree Hayes on here, the Punisher, but I should have. We're going to be discussing all of the escorts that have decided to come out and speak. Hey, Henny, you met my niece, Neek at Night. She spoke about you on her recent videos. I love Neek, okay? I love me some Neek. Very cool, down-to-earth person. I'm happy to call her my colleague and say that we co-worked on this Diddy trial. Very, very real person, down-to-earth. So shout out to Neek at Night. Really appreciate her. And I didn't know that that was your niece, so shout out to you. Now, I am still going through little bouts with, the allergies. They're clearing up, but there's those little things that rumble around. I'm happy to be able to put my eyeliner and my lipstick back on. But now, that's not what y'all are here for. So we're going to talk about the escorts that are coming out to speak because two of them have put out lawsuits against Diddy and Cassie. Not just Cassie, because I see a lot of people talking about Cassie's lawsuit. But this is not just a Cassie lawsuit. It is a Cassie and Diddy lawsuit, okay? And it's these two gentlemen right here that have brought the lawsuits up, all right? Then you also have Don, which was around for Cassie and for Jane, okay? And I forgot this guy's name right here, but they're on DJ Vlad. It seems like there's a press run that's happening. There's a lot of things that are going on. Plus, we're going to be here for a little while because I'm going to talk about the whole experience from beginning to end, from being outside, from traveling. Let's start there. Traveling to get there, to get to the Diddy trial, to being at the Diddy trial, being inside of the courtroom, the dramas, the flip-floppers, and all of that stuff. And I'm not talking bad about anybody. I am talking about my experience. So no, this is not a messy live. I don't intend to be messy with anything. I am just giving y'all my experience. I'm very mad that my green screen is not green screening the way that it should be because my hair, whatever. Anyway, so as everyone knows, because over the weekend I did take time to spend time with my daughters and my mom and just reacclimate myself back at home, okay? I don't have my other phone. Y'all gotta come with me. Hold on. So I did take the weekend to myself, but that does not mean that I was not keeping up with what was going on. So 2 lawsuits have dropped. Both of them are, both of the lawsuits are saying that the gentleman received STDs. One of them stating that they received something in a drink, and that apparently it caused some type of issue, health issue with him, where it eroded the enamel and it basically took his teeth away. I have no idea what this man was given, but I am going to read a little bit of their lawsuits to you guys. And then we're going to listen to a little bit of the Vlad interviews. And no, you are absolutely right. Swag. Vlad does not waste any time at all. Vlad is like, bloop. Hey, Sherm. Hey, Goddess. Hey, Dominican Queen. Hey, Gold Digger. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Debony. Did I say that right? Chocolate Simple, Karen. Speak on It T. Lynette. And everybody, Gina, Talia, I'm sorry. Sonia, she's got to be more careful. Crash Out Report is in here. Oh, Lord, Crash Out is in here. And, you know, they live by that name. Hey, Lady T, on her square biz. Hey, happy 14-month anniversary to Chocolates. I'm going to be doing a lot of my content that I haven't been doing, which is my member stuff. But in the meantime and in between time, let's get into Edmund Laurent's case. That's this gentleman here. That is what he once looked like. Let me show y'all. Do I have it in this phone? I better have it in this phone. I do. So this is how he started out when he first met Diddy and Cassie. This is what Edmund Laurent looked like. This is what Edmund Laurent looks like now. Okay, so he is alleging that, let's put this picture back up because I'm not trying to shame anybody. He is alleging that he became that way after dealing with Cassie and Diddy. So they did find him allegedly on a site called latinmen.com. Now, let me see if I could show y'all this, because I didn't screenshot everything. Charge it to my head and not my heart. Okay, this is where he's saying that they got him from, off of this website here. Let me screenshot. I will find a way to get it up to y'all. She said, y'all better stop. Y'all better stop. Y'all better behave yourselves because, yes, he was handsome. He was handsome. All right. So, and he went by the name Islander, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So, here we go. There goes the picture. Let's get into it. All right. It says, jurisdiction. All right. Plaintiff Edmund Laurent is a model, actor, bodybuilder, and fitness expert. Plaintiff was born on the island of Dominica in the French Caribbean. Okay, so this gives his exotic appearance. He migrated to the United States in the early 1990s to pursue acting and modeling in Los Angeles, California. Okay, he took pride in his physique, which he had a reason to. Okay, he had body oddy. All right, he took pride in his physique. And so he did list that he has worked in music videos with Tupac, Dr. Dre, Britney Spears, Lil' Kim, Tamia, and other prominent artists. And there are photos. I will go ahead and I will, for the members, I will give y'all this full lawsuit, okay? But we're going to talk about it right here. He does have pictures with these artists that he's talking about. He also has pictures with Oprah, okay? Now, he says that he rarely consumed alcoholic beverage and he did not consume DR Uggs, all right? He says he was friendly with Mr. Combs from prior interactions on music video shoots for Bad Boy Entertainment artists. In the late 2000s, Plaintiff, which is Mr. Laurent, was signed to a modeling and talent agency that provided him with opportunities, all right? So he then received an opportunity to appear at bachelorette parties as male entertainment, all right? Laurent would Laurent would attend these events, be paid for an appearance fee, stay for a few hours, possibly make a tip, and then return home. On one occasion, Laurent's agent called and informed him that he had received a bachelorette party appearance request in Los Angeles. The individuals that ordered his appearance did not disclose their true identity. Okay, now I don't know how this goes for him, but I'm just going to tell you based off of what I've heard from sitting in there and listening to the other escorts, Diddy and Cassie and Diddy and Jane, they used cowboys for angels, and they were known as celebrities, celebrity clientele. So I don't know anything. I've never heard of this latinmen.com. I've never heard of them. I'm not saying that his story is not true. What I'm saying is this is a little different than what we have heard in the courtrooms. And it does say that it was in the early 2000s. So it doesn't give an exact date. Like it doesn't say 2008, 2006. It says early 2000s. So we really don't even know if this is particularly against Cassie or if it is someone that Diddy was with prior to Cassie. But we are saying that it is Cassie only because of the 2000s, but that information could turn out to be incorrect. Okay, I'm just putting it out there because it doesn't name her specifically. Before I say that, let me go back up here. No, it names Sean Combs, an individual, and Jane Doe 1. Now, you can't say that it was Jane from the transcripts, from the trial, because she wasn't even in play at this point. She didn't come into play until 2000, 2001. That's when the Jane who testified comes up, all right? So we can't even say that it's her, but they did not name Cassie is what I'm saying. We're assuming that it's Cassie, and it could be somebody else, all right? What happened unless Diddy put his hands on him? Well, that's why I'm skimming through and reading you guys some of this testimony. Okay, so it says, Laurent also came to learn that defendants Sean Combs and Jane Doe 1 used Mr. and Mrs. White to reserve some of the hotel rooms that the incidents took place, all right? Laurent arrived in Los Angeles. He learned it was not a party, but a couple wearing masks who wanted a private dance, all right? Seeing nothing wrong with the request, Laurent proceeded to perform. After the performance, he was paid and he left, all right? JC, you got one more and you up out of here, honey. You going into the corner. You'll go into the corner. All right, that's it. You're in the corner. Time out. Bloop. How about you sit for 5 minutes and think about what you did, because we don't do spam in the chat. The free Diddy is fine, but we ain't going to be spamming in the chat, baby. That's not what we do over here. Even if they were saying lock his ass up, that would have gotten a timeout, just so y'all know we don't do all of that over here, okay? And stay on topic. All right, after a few days later, Laurent received another call from the couple, specifically from Jane Doe 1. Plaintiff returned, and once again, they were wearing masks. After performing his dance, Jane Doe 1 propositioned Laurent for actual intercourse, okay? Sean Combs, who was still masked at the time, encouraged plaintiff to proceed, remarking on how much pleasure he derived from watching other men F-U-C-K, his girl. At this time, consensual intercourse was had with Jane Doe 1. So, at this point in time, Laurent has consented to whomever Jane Doe 1 is to have sex with her. All right? Following the encounter, Jane Doe continued to contact Laurent, inviting him to return. During a subsequent visit, defendants Sean Combs and Jane Doe 1 unmasked themselves and asked Laurent to apply an excessive amount of baby oil. So from the interim of him getting there, he alleges that there was no baby oil involved, okay? Now he's saying that after they've had their intercourse, that this is when baby oil came into play, all right? He says they offered him a drink, which he tasted and quickly declined, informing them that at the time he did not want to consume alcohol, okay? Jane Doe then offered him cocaine, ecstasy, and GHB, all of which Laurent declined, reiterating that he did not use drugs. Not Rico ain't suave no more. Swagger low. You starting first thing in the morning. You want to go to the water table. Okay, so Sean Combs and Jane Doe 1 then left Laurent in the room and went to the master suite of their penthouse hotel room at the Mandarin. I think that's how you say it, the Mandarin, on Sunset Boulevard near La Concierge. I don't even know if I said that right, child. Anyway, Combs later returned and insisted that Laurent be on the same frequency as they were, demanding that he take at least one shot of alcohol to quote-unquote lighten up. Laurent, reluctant but under pressure, obliged. So now he's saying he was forced. Under pressure, he was forced or coerced. This is what he's saying. That's what that language is meaning, okay? She said justice for Clayton, him too. Having rarely consumed alcohol before, Laurent quickly felt extremely woozy and lightheaded. At the time, Laurent was unaware that something else may have been in the drink. During the encounter, months went by and Laurent did not hear from Jane Doe 1 or Sean Combs. One day, he received a call from Jane Doe 1 and was invited to a hotel in Los Angeles. During this encounter, Sean Combs again offered Laurent alcohol, which he rejected. He was also offered GHB and ecstasy, which he also rejected. Laurent was forced to use an immense amount of baby oil. At this point, he felt warm and mellow. The baby oil was heated, and Laurent believed that the warm sensation was the result of the heated baby oil. Unbeknownst to the plaintiff, and upon information and belief, defendants may have infused the baby oil with GHB. Now, stop. I ain't saying that, what he's saying ain't what he's saying. But what I'm saying is, I sat in that courtroom. I listened to the agent. I listened to the agent say that there was nothing in the baby oil. I listened to Cassie testify and say that there was nothing in the baby oil. You cannot lace baby oil with GHB. It's water, it's oil. Water and oil don't mix. Okay? Not only that, if you could get the GHB into the baby oil would dilute the effects of the GHB. So I'm saying not even based off of all of that, just based off of the fact that the Homeland Security agent took the stand in this trial and testified to nothing being in the baby oil. That's what's making me say, nay, nay. Nay, nay, nay. All right? Plaintiff again had SEX with defendant Jane Doe 1 with a condom that Laurent put on like he had done the previous times. During this session, defendant Sean Combs asked him to remove the condom. Laurent refused, and Sean Combs and Jane 1 informed him that they had recently been tested, were both clean, and stated that plaintiff was the only other partner Jane Doe 1 had. They even went as far as to produce what they claimed to be valid blood work results as evidence that Jane Doe was STD and STI free. All right. Now, I'm going to say this about paperwork. Again, this is going off of what I heard in the courtroom. Okay. In the courtroom when, what's his name? Daniel Phillips. I believe that was the escort. He testified that they were having unprotected SEX, he and Cassie. And he also said that he asked for paperwork. Well, they said that they would exchange paperwork showing that neither one of them had anything, and that he produced his paperwork, but Cassie never produced hers, and Diddy didn't have a reason to produce his. So I don't know about this. Anyway, Laurent declined their request to proceed to have SEX with Jane Doe 1 with the condom on. Mid-session, Jane Doe reached down and broke the condom with her fingernail as plaintiff was penetrating her. Now, I don't know about y'all, but again, I'm not saying that what this man is saying is not accurate, but I don't know about breaking a condom with your fingernail. Condoms are very hard to pop and rip. This is my job, Zoo. What's yours? I get paid to do this. What's your job? What do you get paid to do? Anyway, Sean Combs then came behind the plaintiff, leaning in closely and whispering in his ear in a low, suggestive tone, yeah, F-U-C-K, that P-U-S-S-Y, pound that P-U-S-S-Y. No, Chris, you're still mad because this is an actual lawsuit that I'm reading. See there? Ignorance, loud and wrong. Anyway, his voice was deliberate and insistent, reinforcing the coercive atmosphere. Laurent felt increasingly trapped and uncomfortable, but due to the effects of the DR-UGGed baby oil, he's saying that it was DR-UGGed baby oil, and the situation he found himself in, he struggled to fully resist or leave though he attempted to and had all intentions to, but was hindered by the DR-UGGs. And you can find yourself on the other side, Speedy, to you and your mammy. How about that? Hey, Famer. Anyway, defendant Sean Combs also would instruct Jane Doe 1 to perform oral sex on Laurent, and when she didn't perform it, how defendant Combs wanted Jane Doe to perform, defendant Combs would snatch plaintiff's penis from Jane Doe and mimic the movements he would want Jane Doe to do on the plaintiff. Laurent was then called back for what would be the final time. Defendant Sean Combs once again offered the plaintiff alcohol, GHB, and ecstasy, which Laurent once again refused. They then left the room and went inside the suite. Laurent noted that they were gone for an extended period of time. Upon their return, they offered Laurent some orange juice, representing that they had ordered it to the room specifically for him. Since they knew he did not drink alcohol, Laurent didn't think anything of it and drank the alcohol. Unbeknownst to him, Jane Doe 1 and Sean Combs had spiked the drink with rufinol and ketamine. Now, I'm going to say this. We never heard anything about, in all of the substances that we heard that were used by Diddy, by Cassie, by Jane, we never heard rufinol. We heard ketamine, we did hear GHB, we did hear ecstasy, we heard Molly, we heard MDMA, we heard mushrooms, we heard Xanax, we heard Percocets and what are they called? Opioids. We heard that there was acid at one point in time that was involved. We heard Tusi. Tusi is a combination of MDMA and ketamine. Okay, and the pink coloring of it is just for an effect. It's food coloring. So we heard about all of that, but we never heard rufinol. Okay, so he's saying that he was roofied. Then he says that he recalls an intense and immediate reaction, that his body felt unbearably hot, his vision blurred, the room began to spin, and he lost consciousness. What felt like only a few minutes to him in reality was several hours. He says that when he awoke, he was slathered in baby oil and felt immense pressure and pain in his rectum, indicating that he had been assaulted in the rectum. He says that Jane Doe and Combs were asleep in the master suite and that he managed to get up and leave the hotel, but left feeling violated, confused, and physically unwell. He says he felt... He said the assault took place at the Intercontinental Hotel. Other assaults took place at the Beverly Wilshire and the SLS Hotel in Los Angeles. Laurent says he had discomfort in his rectum. Laurent is a heterosexual male and does not engage in homosexual acts. So he's making an allegation of homosexuality against Diddy. Now, I'm going to say this to y'all. Y'all know how I already feel. But I'm not going to sit up here and I'm not going to analyze everything that comes before me. We don't know this man's story, but what I will say is Jane and Cassie both testified that Diddy never touched the escorts. He never touched the escorts. So I don't know. He says that weeks later, anal warts appeared around the rim of his rectum, and he was diagnosed with contacting warts. He says he began vomiting uncontrollably to the point that he lost his ability to retain solid foods, and that he had gastric issues caused to him by the loss of immense amounts of weight and muscle mass. Due to the severity of gastric issues, the plaintiff ultimately had to undergo gastric surgery, and there are photographs of it, that he could not work out, he could not eat, and that he could not bear to keep any foods down. His once fit and muscular physique began to deteriorate. He lost several teeth due to constant vomiting and acid from his stomach, causing gum disease, enamel erosion, and increased tooth sensitivity and cavities. All right, which turns us to this picture of him today. So I don't know of any, and I'm not a doctor. I don't even play one on TV. I just play one around my house because I'm a mom. I don't know what STD causes gastral issues. Well, you know what? That caught my eye. It's me, Mimi. Early 2000s could mean he was doing this way before Cassie came into the mix. Well, Capricorn Clark insinuated that Diddy was doing freak-offs before Cassie because she testified to setting up hotel rooms for Diddy and Kim where there were cameras involved, as well as small bottles of baby oil and lubricant as well. So we don't know how far back it goes. You know what? I'm not getting in that Alex Perez. You're going to go to the water table, and I ain't sent nobody to the water table. All right? Now, he says that he is seeking $3 million for lost wages due to him contracting warts and I don't know, syphilis chlamydia can, syphilis, HIV can all cause that. Thank you, Jay Linnell. Thank you for saying that. Because I wasn't being funny. I was being so honest right now that I don't know what can cause all of that. I've never had those things. I've never contracted any of those things. So I have no idea. We are talking about one of the escorts right here that filed suit against Diddy and a Jane Doe #1. We are assuming that it is Cassie because it was early 2000s, but Cassie really didn't come into play and into orbit in contact with Diddy until, thank you for the heart, Trust. That was cute. I like that. Until about 2008. So I don't know if that would still be considered. Henny got serious about those diseases. I did because I really don't know, excuse me, about those. But wouldn't a diagnosis be in the lawsuit? There isn't a diagnosis in the lawsuit. Just of contracting. Well, let me double check myself, but I didn't see anything in the lawsuit. So, he says he contracted anal warts, like warts. He says that he's seeking damages for severe physical, mental, emotional, and economic loss, punitive damages to punish defendants and deter similar conduct, and injunctive relief to prevent defendants from engaging in similar misconduct against other victims. Now, this is what he said. I'm scrolling back up because I want to see. He says that he has PTSD, anxiety, depression, and persistent fear. Okay. I'm looking, you guys, double checking myself. to see what the diagnosis was. It doesn't say what the diagnosis was. It just says that he has gastric issues. That's it. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's it. It just says that he has gastric issues. All right. Now, this case is being filed in the Superior Courts in the state of California for the County of Los Angeles. So this is a civil lawsuit. He's suing for the complaint for damages, assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligence, sexual battery, civil conspiracy, aiding and abetting, and violation of California Civil Code subsection 52.5. That's what he's suing for. Yeah. And that is what he looks like now. That is such a huge difference. But, I mean, we don't know what the gastric issue came from. Again, not he's suing because he got bubble guts. I'm done. I'm not reading y'all comments no more. I'm not. Because y'all are off the chain. Y'all are off the chain. I'm not doing this with y'all. Next, we have the other gentleman who has been around the world and okay, this is Clayton Howard. Okay, this is the gentleman who has been on Tasha K. This is the gentleman that has come out recently. This is also the gentleman who has written a book and it's on Amazon. All right. He's suing in the United States District Court for the Central District of California. So he has placed his complaint in the federal court system. Thank you. I appreciate you. Open Gate needs to sit down. No, this is not the Punisher, Jacqueline. This is not the Punisher. This is Clayton Howard. He claims he caught a STD and that Cassie terminated a pregnancy from him. And this is a civil federal case that he is filing because it says plaintiff Clayton Howard brings this civil action against defendants Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura. So his lawsuit actually names Cassie. Laurent's lawsuit just says Jane Doe 1. Yes, Eric, he's saying she was pregnant for him and that she terminated. I don't know. And he is mad. I don't know. Been around the world and been doing they stuff. You know what, Barry? I'm not doing this with you. Oh, Tamika said you trick for money and then you file a lawsuit. Who in the hell is that Fruit Loop behind you? This is Clayton Howard. He is another one of the escorts. Now, Clayton was mentioned in court, but was not brought into court, okay? So we're going to read through his lawsuit, okay? He says that he is suing Diddy and Cassie, okay? This lawsuit is arising from an 8-year period of systematic sexual exploitation, trafficking, and abuse that occurred between approximately 2009 to 2019. Now, pause. How could this have occurred? I sat in the courtroom. Cassie and Diddy ended in 2018. I am not saying that these people did not suffer. Understand that. I'm just saying that was in 2019. And you said from 2009 to 2019. Cassie wasn't with Diddy in 2019, but let's read. This case exposes the darker truth behind the widely publicized narrative surrounding defendant Ventura's recent civil settlement and the ongoing criminal prosecution of defendant Combs. Now, he filed his lawsuit, this gentleman, filed his lawsuit June 30th of 2025. Let me go back to Laurent. Hold on. Edmund Laurent filed his lawsuit on July 1st of 2025. He is suing Cassie, Diddy, Epic Records, Combs Enterprises, the Beverly Hills Hotel Corp., and Doe Corporations 1 through 10. He's also suing. Did I say Bad Boy Records? He's suing Bad Boy Records too. All right. He says defendants maintained a highly publicized romantic relationship from 2007 to 2018. So he acknowledged the time. So how are we getting to 2019? I don't know. We're going to have to see. All right. During which both were toxic individuals addicted to opioids and methamphetamines who had no regard for others or the law. Okay? Their relationship was categorized by sexually explicit, depraved activity categorized as swinging, with defendant Combs harboring a specific fetish for voyeurism. Okay? The relationship was abusive, with defendant Combs frequently physically assaulting defendant Ventura in response to domestic incidents neither could emotionally control. So he is corroborating as he is suing Cassie and Diddy. Tiny house dreaming, right? He kept going back for them dollars. Like, at the end of the day, here is the thing. I just want to read right now and get to the bottom of it before I give some of my commentary. But he says that the misleading public narrative. He's suing Diddy, Cassie, Bad Boy Records, Epic Records, and the Beverly Hills Hotel. And it doesn't say, it just says he's asking for a jury demand. We're going to find out as we read what he's actually, bro, the hotel just booked rooms. They ain't actually assaulted. I cannot with y'all this morning. I guess because they provided a place, unless, now, when Cassie sued the Intercontinental Hotel, she sued them because they hid the video of what happened to her in that hotel. Like the things that the hotel did at the Intercontinental obstructed justice. That wasn't bribery to me. That was obstruction of justice. Anyway, defendants maintained a highly publicized romantic relationship from 2007 to 2018, during which both were toxic individuals. Okay, we read that already. The misleading narrative. In late 2023, defendant Ventura filed a civil action against defendant Combs pursuant to the Gender Motivated Violence Act, alleging that Combs manipulated, abused, and controlled her for over a decade through violent behavior and disturbing demands. She claimed to have spent over a decade trapped in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking, including allegations that Combs forced her to engage in sex acts with male sex workers while he self-gratified and filmed the encounters. The parties settled this action within 24 hours for $20 million. Subsequently, the Office of the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York arrested and indicted defendant Combs for sex trafficking and violations of the Mann Act, with the prosecution's foundation based largely on defendant Ventura's allegations. Combs currently faces trial on RICO charges. Okay, so hold on, you guys, because we're going to get into it. Let me just do what I got to do. Okay. So he goes on to say that, where is it? For more than 8 years, defendants operated a scheme whereby they systematically exploited plaintiff through manipulation, coercion, controlled substances, and threats of violence to engage in non-consensual sex activities for their gratification and commercial purposes. Are we going to say the things to him that were said to Cassie and said to Jane? Are we going to give it to him the way that it was given to Cassie and Jane? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Defendants, Cassie and Diddy, DR-UG'd Clayton with controlled substances, including MDMA, in doses 3 times stronger than what Cassie herself consumed to lower his inhibitions and facilitate sexual exploitation. Cassie used these substances strategically, like a spider catching its prey in its web, to manipulate Clayton into unprotected sexual contact designed to please defendant Combs and prove her devotion to his appetites. Cassie would command Clayton to self-pleasure for hours while she pleasured herself to climax, visibly satisfying herself at the sights of Clayton's anatomy. So he's saying because he had a big old schlong and a physically physique body, these extended self-pleasuring sessions left Clayton's penis bruised and swollen. Boy, how hard was you going? Injuries about which he would complain to Cassie, seeking consideration. However, Cassie showed no mercy, simply demanded compliance while pleasuring herself in a manner she hoped would satisfy defendant Combs, who derived satisfaction from watching her gratification through his voyeuristic desires. I think this is the first time that we're hearing this, that she was doing all of this. Not he was delivering the package. During these encounters, Combs watched silently in the shadows, directing the activities as if he were a film director orchestrating his visions. Once defendant Cassie was ready to begin, Combs regulated her responses and controlled the rate of sexual activity, exercising complete dominance over both Clayton and Cassie in what the couple considered a special shared experience. So again, he's corroborating what was being said in court. When it comes down to who was in control of these freak-offs. But in the paragraph above, you make it sound like Cassie was in control. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? Okay, I got a fax. I am confusion because was she controlling the freak-offs and your actions, or was he controlling your freak-offs and the actions? I'm sorry, I forgot, Swagger. No, I'm just reading the paperwork. I can't negate away from the paperwork. I don't know, Tamika. This is what it sounds like, okay? I don't know. Oh, the brother Smash said sidebar. Oh, I know where you came from. Hey, don't come over here with that crap, okay? Please don't come over here with me. Starting with me. I'm reading the court docs. Thank you so much. I see people are agreeing with what I said because that's kind of contradicting, okay? Either Cassie was in control or Diddy was in. Which one, sir? While defendant Combs appeared to serve as the protector. Now he's a protector. Hold on. Eric Graham, let me see what you said. You put a bunch of cameras in there? Y'all going to the water table. I swear, y'all going to the water table. Yeah, when they come over screaming sidebar, that means they came over from Sean G. That's what it means. Listen, I have no smoke with nobody, okay? Nobody. We just had a difference of appearance. Opinions. I said appearance. Obviously, appearance. Anyway. Now Diddy's the protector. Listen, y'all. Combs appeared to serve as a protector rather than an oppressor, okay? Supporting Cassie's desires and catering to her with wine and fruit during encounters. What? I am confusion right now. All right, Eric, let me see what you said before that. Well, dang, where is it, Eric? I don't see it. Oh, bro, the hotel just booked the rooms. Is that the one that you're talking about? I read that one out loud. Let's finish this before I say anything. His presence was deliberately intimidating as part of his role in protecting his partner from the men they exploited. Threats of violence were implemented when Combs wished to assert control. And during at least one encounter, he threatened to pistol whip Clayton, directing Cassie to a master suite to retrieve his firearm. Okay, sir, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So first, Cassie was in control and dominating the situation and making you self-gratify yourself to where you were bruised and swollen. And she had no concern about your pleas for her to realize your injuries because she was just worried about climaxing and satisfying Diddy, and that she was so turned on by your anatomy that she just wanted to climax watching you self-pleasure. Right? Right. Then you said that Diddy was the one that was in control of everything, directing things, that he watched from the shadows silently, but that he was speaking commands. So was he silent or was he talking? Then you go on to say that Diddy was protecting Cassie and catering to her, feeding her wine and fruit during the encounter, but yet we heard that there was none of that going on in court. In fact, we heard that they were up for hours and days, and she and Jane both were engaging in SEX with 1 to 2 to 3 men going on in sessions for 3 to 4 days at times, and that there was no time to eat because they were just having SEX the whole time. So is he controlling and dominating, or is she? And what? Okay, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying it doesn't line up with what we heard in court. That's all I'm saying. I didn't hear that in court. I did not hear that he was catering and that he was comforting during these SEX freak-offs and hotel nights. That's not what anybody testified to. So I don't know. I don't know. All right. At no time did Cassie display fear when engaged in or about to engage in sexual encounters. Now pause, because earlier you said that he would beat on her. In domestic disputes. Why didn't he testify? Because he wrote a book and it's on Amazon. I'm sorry, I got a message. I'm laughing at the message. Anyway, all abuse witnessed by the plaintiff, by Clayton, occurred due to domestic complaints. Now, wait a minute. Hold on. At no time did Cassie display fear when engaging in or about to engage in sexual encounters. All abuse witnessed by Clayton occurred due to domestic complications between Diddy and Cassie, including jealousy, ego, and arrogance, aided by extensive drug use and sleep deprivation, which contributed to violent outbursts from Combs, who consumed far more drugs than Cassie Ventura. Do we need to continue? Do y'all want me to continue? Because I'll continue reading. Are we continuing this? Are you talking about, is somebody about to go upside your head at any point in time? Are you scared? If you saying he's actually bringing the violence into the freak-offs by saying that he's witnessed it. Listen, if he was victimized, he was victimized, okay? All victims are victims. It don't matter if it's a female or a male. But y'all know I do this with females too. When it don't make sense, it don't make sense. Y'all know this. Y'all have watched me go through some of these Diddy docs. Some of y'all have not because y'all are new to me. But when all of those massive amounts of court docs was coming out against Diddy, if it didn't sound right, it didn't sound right. And this I don't know. This ain't adding up to me because who's who and what's what. She said, the flared nostrils in the pictures behind you means he's consistently scared. Okay, see, I'm not bugging because I see men and women in here talking about this don't make sense. So, okay, all right. All right, so y'all want to continue? Let's continue. So now he goes into the sexual assault and non-consensual recording. But you know they gonna record you. That's part of this whole... He been recording. He's been recording for a very long time. Capricorn Clark said she set up hotel rooms for Diddy and Kim. Kim was there way before Cassie, way before Jane. Let's hear it. Over the years, Clayton was sexually assaulted by Ventura. Hold on. Who would manipulate and force herself upon Clayton during her menstrual cycle against his will. Cassie and Diddy filmed Clayton in compromising encounters without his consent for years, creating recordings that the couple would watch together after the encounters ended and use for mutual self-gratification. Now, nobody knew what they was using them videos for until it came out in court. Not what in the Bloody Mary. I'm done. Listen. When plaintiff confronted Cassie about the recording and vocalized his desires not to be recorded, she explained that she enjoyed her sexual relationship and she enjoyed their sexual relationship and provided her reason for the recording. Cassie then opened up her MacBook to a previous recording and self-pleasured to climax in front of Clayton while watching an encounter involving the two of them, demonstrating the extent of her manipulation and control. If 1 and 1 is 2, and 2 plus 2 makes 4, please explain to me how we got to 12. I don't get it. Okay. For more than 5 years, Cassie and Diddy trafficked Clayton for purposes of commercial sex, using him as entertainment to satisfy their sexual fetishes and personal ambitions. The couple DR'd, manipulated, and traumatized Clayton while themselves engaging in toxic, domestically abusive relationship that often became violent. Defendant Cassie had a specific preference in selecting her companions and chose Clayton for 8 years over many other available options. As subsequent criminal trial proceedings have revealed, the allegations demonstrate that Cassie deceived, manipulated, and injured Clayton, and therefore should be held accountable alongside Combs, as the two were partners in these criminal enterprises. obstruction of justice, and witness manipulation. This is what he's talking about. Clayton's ability to seek timely legal recourse was deliberately frustrated through a coordinated effort involving his former counsel, who communicated with federal prosecutors without plaintiff's presence. The Clayton was advised to remain silent and was manipulated into inaction, with his attorney intentionally delaying action to protect Cassie's credibility. Clayton was specifically advised that should he file a complaint, he would lose credibility before the court and therefore should refrain from doing so if he wished to do what was right and tell the truth. His counsel deceived, ignored, and misled him regarding the credentials of the initial complaint against Cassie and Diddy and when it would be filed. Now, let me say this. When you file a lawsuit, you see what they did to Breonna Bongalon, right? She had a suit that was going on. Dawn Richard had a suit that was going on at the time when they testified. They tried to discredit them so that way if they discredit them at trial, that would discredit their lawsuits. That's what they were doing when those women got up on the stand. So had he filed his lawsuit, what was legally advised to him was legally correct. Don't file your lawsuit now. You're getting ready to go on the stand and testify. Despite serving as a complaint witness for the government and providing information that was later corroborated by investigators, thereby violating his credibility and the truthfulness of his statements, federal prosecutors ultimately withheld plaintiff's testimony despite its corroborative value and his valid allegations against both defendants. Now, you have a book out, sir, on Amazon. You have something to gain from this. Meaning that should he get on the stand at trial and his name get out there and people start Googling it, you're going to get book sales off of testifying. You have an agenda, something that the defense would have tore apart. Have you not seen Brian Steele, Nicole Westmoreland, Xavier Donaldson? Have you not seen them? More so Steele and Westmoreland. They would have ripped you apart. For many years, plaintiff has lived in his trauma in silence, forced to endure the psychological and physical consequences with no visible avenues for justice. While Cassie's allegations have destroyed Combs' career, she has escaped liability by using allegations of abuse to avoid criminal responsibility for her own actions, thereby denying victims like Clayton the justice to which they are entitled. First of all, you just corroborated in the paragraphs above that there was violence. Right, the prosecution nor the defense, you weren't a good witness for neither side because the prosecutors would have ripped you a new one. With opening of litigation that granted survivors a look-back window to seek justice against offenders, Clayton learned he had been given a second chance to obtain the justice he deserved. Clayton has sought justice for over a year, only to be denied through the manipulation of legal professionals who wish to affect the criminal trial of Sean Combs. Mr. Howard was used and manipulated, now tried of the misconduct and incompetence. He has sought action himself and refuses to remain silent any longer in the face of this systematic exploitation, abuse, and attorney misconduct. So he's saying that all the attorneys did misconduct. This action seeks declaratory, injunctive, and monetary relief under federal SEX trafficking statutes. And he lists all of the statutes. That wasn't even the factual allegations. Mr. Howard, Dave, met Miss Ventura, Jackie Starr, in late 2009. Ventura, who identified herself as Jackie Starr, invited Mr. Howard, who was Dave, to the London hotel located in New York City to serve as male companionship and provide her with time and company in the privacy of her hotel room for an agreed upon hourly rate. Miss Ventura attempted to conceal her identity through the use of makeup, a large red wig, and dim lighting in the room, which created poor visual conditions. Ventura failed to inform Mr. Howard prior to meeting that another party would be present. Immediately after greeting Mr. Howard, Miss Ventura offered him alcohol and a marijuana cigarette, then instructed him to be seated in the living room. The two parties spoke for approximately 30 minutes while becoming familiar and relaxed. After approximately 30 minutes, Miss Ventura asked to see the professional identification of Mr. Howard for safety purposes so she would know who he really was. Having nothing to hide and wanting to make a woman he assumed alone comfortable, he provided Miss Ventura with his New York State driver's license, revealing his true identity. Miss Ventura informed Mr. Howard of her intentions by standing and requesting that he expose his genitals. Under the influence of the substances provided, Mr. Howard agreed to Miss Ventura's request, and she claimed to be impressed. Miss Ventura then informed Mr. Howard that they were not alone and that her husband was upstairs, but assured him that the situation was acceptable because her husband had consented to her having a male companion visit to see where things might lead. Miss Ventura explained that she and her husband were participants in the lifestyle and that her husband preferred to watch her be pleased by men with large male reproductive organs. BBC has entered the chat. Miss Ventura stated that she preferred men with darker complexions, complimenting Mr. Howard's complexion before excusing herself to retrieve her husband so that activities could begin. Miss Ventura retrieved Mr. Combs, whom she introduced as her husband, and presented to Mr. Howard under the alias Frank. Mr. Combs greeted Mr. Howard with indifference, then retrieved baby oil and Astroglide lubricants, both of which had been positioned on a platter in the center table. Mr. Combs then retreated to a darkened corner of the room where poor lighting made it difficult to observe his movements clearly. Mr. Howard was instructed not to address Mr. Combs directly and to speak only to Miss Ventura. Mr. Combs concealed his identity by wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his eyebrows and a cloth tied around his nose and mouth, which obstructed his facial features and made him unrecognizable. When Mr. Combs did speak, it was to inquire whether Miss Ventura was acceptable or if she needed anything. Mr. Combs also provided direction to both Mr. Howard and Miss Ventura, regulating the place of their physical contact, as will be further explained in subsequent paragraphs. The first encounter served as plaintiff's initial education into what would be required of him by the defendants, with all subsequent encounters following an identical structure that forms the basis for the deception of all encounters described hereafter within the complaint. Now, if this was setting up the temperature and the tone, then how did it become deceptive? During each encounter, Mr. Howard had no anatomy. He was required to follow orders and was expected not to disobey. Financial compensation was used as a form of dominance once Mr. Howard was committed to any activity within the encounter. Mr. Howard was instructed by Miss Ventura to remove all his clothing upon entry into the suite and to surrender his clothing and phones to Miss Ventura. Mr. Howard's cell phone was turned off and surrendered with his clothing to Miss Ventura, which prevented him from leaving by choice without compromising his safety. Some suites required keys to access the floors and had no access to stairwells without triggering alarms, making escape difficult. Mr. Howard was instructed by Miss Ventura to apply baby oil to his nude body. When Mr. Howard applied the baby oil to his hands, it began to began to distribute it evenly. Miss Ventura would use her own bottle to saturate Mr. Howard's chest, abdomen, and arms with oil before stepping closer and attempting to apply it evenly herself. Miss Ventura often sprayed Mr. Howard with oil during application to make distribution over his skin easier. The defendants structured these encounters in 4 phases. 1, no touch. 2, soft foreplay. 3, fellatio. 4, intercourse, which were directed by Mr. Combs for the purpose of controlling Miss Ventura's arousal and timing of climax. During these phases, Mr. Howard had no input or ability to offer suggestions and was simply expected to comply. Through the use of manipulation and financial coercion, Mr. Howard would remain in these phases for hours, with each individual stage lasting for over an hour. Miss Ventura controlled the start and the activity and would seek Mr. Combs' permission regarding when she could progress to the next stage. So if she controlled it, then why would she need, let me shut up. I'm going to read that again. Miss Ventura controlled the start of the activity and would seek Mr. Combs' okay, I get it, permission regarding when she could progress to the next stage. So she would start, and then Diddy would then tell them. If Mr. Combs was not ready, he would refuse permission, but he often granted Miss Ventura permission to self-satisfy if she requested. Once the activity began, Mr. Combs controlled its progression and pace, seeking to control Miss Ventura's desires while pleasuring himself rather than directly participating. These prolonged, self-satisfying sessions frequently caused skin tears and scabs on Mr. Howard's manhood, causing him severe pain and scarring. While Mr. Howard stood covered in baby oil, Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs would self-pleasure while watching him, which gave him a constant feeling of uneasiness and uncertainty. Yet you kept going back. While Mr. Howard was ordered to stand nude, both defendants would pleasure themselves to the point of climax. Both defendants would be intoxicated using substances and alcohol to alter their moods and keep them awake. Some of these substances were Schedule 1 narcotics, including amphetamines and opioids. The specific drugs used include ecstasy, GHB, ketamine, cocaine, MDMA, Molly, and marijuana. When Miss Ventura in the early and middle years was extremely physical with Mr. Howard and would orally pleasure him for periods exceeding 1 hour at times. Dehydration from drugs, lack of water, and consistent engagement in oral SEX, Miss Ventura would often perform oral SEX until she had to stop because her jaws became sore from the prolonged activity. Hey, Nino. When intercourse was to occur, Miss Ventura's arousal would be so heightened that she would often beg Mr. Combs to allow her to engage. Mr. Howard was directed to engage in sexual contact with Miss Ventura until she climaxed and was only allowed to stop once Miss Ventura reached climax. Pause, because that's not what they said in court. The contact would not end until he climaxed. Diddy wanted to make sure he climaxed. Remember, that's what was said by both Jane and Cassie, that he, the male escort, would have to climax. Once Mr. Combs consented to sexual contact, Miss Ventura controlled the degree of intimacy, including kissing, the intensity of kissing, and whether she would engage in unprotected sex, as will be described in later paragraphs. Once the climax of Miss Ventura occurred, the cycle would be repeated. One encounter with Miss Ventura consisted of 15 to 30 individual sessions, each including all 4 stages. The number of sessions also depended on the number of days days, Mr. Howard would be detained until the defendants were ready to return his phone and clothing to release him. If Mr. Howard attempted to leave, he would be coerced by Miss Ventura into waiting or ignoring if he knocked on the suite's master door, seeking to retrieve his items to leave. Y'all want me to keep going? Or should I stop? You could believe him if you want to, Alpha Omega, but I'm just telling you what was testified to and what we heard and what some of these other guys have testified to or said in their interviews as well, that I don't know. It's different. It's a different story. It's a different story. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a different world than what we've heard of. That's all I'm saying. It's a different world. Some stuff, you know. Either way, you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm going to tell y'all right now. I'm reading y'all this court document. And I'm telling y'all this story. But if I see anybody getting in these comments trying to make, you know, oh, he's a victim, he's a victim, he's a victim. I don't think they was lying. But, you know, if you listen to other people, then you'll believe that they were lying. Everybody can't be lying, though. And that's what I'm going to say. Everybody can't be lying. Everybody can't be lying. And even in parts of this testimony, he's corroborating what was said on the stand. He's corroborating that there was violence, that Cassie was violently attacked during some of these freak-offs. He's testifying to it. He's saying it in his court docs that in this lawsuit that he witnessed it, that Cassie was beat on at them freak-offs. So, I don't know. I think some of it is being made to be even more salacious to line up with the lawsuits. Like some of the language is coming straight out of the courtroom. What, swagger? But he went on his own, zero victim. Well, all right. Now we gonna get into the manipulation. During the trial testimony, Miss Ventura, Mr. Howard heard her statements regarding Mr. Combs and how she allegedly had been forced to have unprotected sex with male entertainers. Miss Ventura claimed to have never wanted such activities and to have only engaged in them as a result of Mr. Combs' abuse and attempt to blackmail her. Although this allegation was substantiated in one instance during the trial, it is not the same in all. It also does not completely substantiate all of Miss Ventura's claims of force or coercion, as even insisted, as every instance is not the same. But you mentioned that there was some physical abuse that was going on during that time, too. Did he not say that? I don't know. Mr. Howard, I need you to get your story together, sir, so that we could get a full picture of what you're trying to say, so we could pick up what you're putting down. Mr. Howard confidently asserts that Mr. Combs did not force Miss Ventura to engage in an sexual encounter after the overdose she experienced while in his presence. It was Miss Ventura who begged for the encounter despite Mr. Combs' repeated attempts to end the night due to the overdose. The two instances are not the same from the testimony in the courtroom. And I am going to be bringing y'all those podcasts of me reading the exact transcript this week. It starts this week. This week it starts. Mr. Howard confidently asserts that it was Miss Ventura who initiated unprotected sexual contact with him, and Mr. Combs had no knowledge of it occurring until it was underway. Bull crap. That's a lie. That's a lie based off of testimony. Well, then again, I can't say that. What I will say, because I haven't said that's a lie, I've just said based off of testimony. So I can't call this man a lie because I wasn't in the room. I don't know because I wasn't there. But based off of the testimony, there were times when there was unprotected, and there were times that Cassie, even herself, had said that she didn't like doing the unprotected, and she asked Diddy how he felt about it, and he was fine. Then there's Jane, who says she wasn't allowed to use it because Diddy didn't want to see a rubber in his video. Now, when you think back to watching corn videos, when you watching the corn videos, there aren't any rubbers in the corn videos, and he liked watching corn videos. This is why I say, oop, 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 I almost dropped y'all. My bad. When people watch too much corn, they begin to try to make the corn reality, okay? Not realizing that that is for entertainment purposes only. And Diddy liked corn. And I'm not saying there's anything criminal or anything wrong with watching corn. I'm just saying, you know what, Damien? And if that's how you pick it up, I don't really care. Because at the end of the day, that's what y'all have done to every female victim that has ever stepped forward when it comes down to anybody of some type of influence or whatever. People always call them a liar. So if you're saying that I'm calling him a liar, but I just said, let me not call him a liar, and let me say, because I'm not there. So clearly, I'm acknowledging and correcting a behavior. Right? Or do you just need something to say, darling? I'm just asking a question. Because I wasn't there at every freak off. I wasn't there. Let me put that. I was not at any of these freak offs. I wasn't. And see, that's where you will lose me at, Damien, because nobody is going to be in a situation to get their head knocked in, to get beaten and drugged, to have black eyes while on the red carpet for events, to have knots and bruises all over their body for money. And if they are, then they should seek mental health. But in this situation, no. There's a whole thing called grooming. And a lot of y'all don't want to hear that, but it's a fact. How you raise a person, how you bring a person into your life. Let me explain something to y'all about grooming. We all groom. Whether we realize it or not, we all groom. When you meet somebody and you are in a relationship with them, in the beginning stages of said relationship, you are teaching somebody what you like, what you don't like, what ticks you off, what makes you happy, what makes you sad. That's grooming, but that's healthy grooming. So to think that there is no such thing as grooming when there's power dynamics, when there's age difference, when it's experience difference, to think that there's grooming that does not happen, that would be ignorance. You cannot negate away from that. Okay? Even to an extent, this man was groomed. I will go as far as to say every escort that they came in contact with, if they were saying that they were groomed, I would understand that. You know why I say that? Because these escorts were taught what they liked, what they didn't like. They were taught the routine. That's grooming them to their situation. So if they were saying that they were groomed, I would be like, heck yeah, they was groomed. But see, that's the thing. You don't know when you're being groomed. This is Clayton Howard. This is the gentleman, the escort, the recent escort that has come out and said that he has a lawsuit against Cassie and Diddy, and he's saying that he was coerced, he was sexually abused, he was held captive, basically, is what he's saying. So we're just reading his court docs. Now, Mr. Howard confidently asserts that it was okay, we read that part already. Once Mr. Combs, who was observing the sexual activity, noticed there was no condom being used, he stopped the activity and confronted Miss Ventura about her actions. In response, Miss Ventura lied to Mr. Combs, falsely informing him that she had reviewed Mr. Howard's STD test results and had confirmed he was completely clean. Mr. Howard immediately conscious of the lie, interrupted and told Mr. Combs the truth, which was that Miss Ventura had told him what Miss Ventura had told him was false. Mr. Howard then provided an actual STD test results to Mr. Combs directly from his email. Once unprotected SCX began, Mr. Howard would be pressured into continuing it by both parties. Let me say something. As a grown behind woman, can't nobody pressure me into having unprotected SCX with nobody. You can't pressure me, baby. And I'm being so for real. Okay? I'm the type of girly that carries my own protection with me. Because if I'm dating you, I'm chilling with you, whatever, and things may start, I think things might get intimate between us, I'm going to make sure I'm not going to leave it on you like, oh, do you have a... Oh, you don't? Boop, here you go. I have one. All right. Mr. Howard was told he would be the exclusive partner of Miss Ventura, and it was agreed he would be compensated in exchange for clean test results and continued exceptional service. Boom. It was agreed that he would be compensated for clean test results. The arrangement was agreed after Mr. Howard was coerced into participating in an orgy with Miss Ventura, Mr. Combs, and another male provider named Daniel Phillips. Now, Daniel Phillips was the escort that did take the stand. And I don't recall Daniel Phillips ever saying that he was involved in an orgy with Cassie and Diddy. But we're going to be reading the transcript, so we'll find out. Not Wood and Oil. That sounds like a corn movie. Wood and Oil. Based on the Diddy trial. I'm not doing this with y'all. Sherman, I don't know. The two men were offered substances and expected to perform continuously, taking turns with Miss Ventura, who was an eager and willing participant. This encounter lasted for nearly 2 days before it ended, when Mr. Howard outlasted Mr. Phillip. He was declared the winner, and the exclusive arrangement was proposed. Dr. Uggs was a major component in the encounter during the majority of the meetings. Mr. Howard did not engage in harder Dr. Uggs for the first 2 years until they were offered to him by Miss Ventura. Mr. Howard, seeking to stay awake in response to requested requests to satisfy Miss Ventura, began to have difficulty staying awake as more was demanded of him. Miss Ventura offered Mr. Howard ecstasy, claiming it to be light and harmless in the dose she would provide. Mr. Howard would later learn from Miss Ventura that she had tripled his dose in order to get him freaky, quote unquote, as he recalls, and increased the intensity of the encounter. Believing the two were in a monogamous relationship since the exit of Mr. Phillips, always receiving clean results, was taking STD tests, and through the inducement of Dr. Uggs and alcohol, the unprotected SCX continued. Mr. Howard impregnated Miss Ventura, who ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy when she was unable to locate Mr. Howard for a period of time. Even after terminating a pregnancy, Miss Ventura sought to have unprotected sex during the encounter for years after. Now, wait a minute. He's trying to say that she terminated the pregnancy because she was unable to contact him for a time. Boy, you think Diddy was about to sit up there and allow her, if it be true that she was impregnated by you, because we also heard that Diddy was walking around with Plan Bs. Now, I don't know if Plan Bs was invented back then or what was going on, but you think Diddy was going to allow that to happen? You think that she wanted that to happen? Boy, You little snack lurker. You thought she was going to... Let me shut up, because this is serious. Did you really think that she was going to keep that? Yes, goddess, he's saying that he knocked Cassie up and that he was in a monogamous relationship with her. Sir, 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 sir. She was in a relationship with Diddy. Overthought, you just made me chuckle. She said, they said delusional. Ain't nobody want your baby Otis. I'm sick of y'all. And love Diddy even to this day. What I'm saying is, how did you think? All I can hear right now is 50 Cent's son's words. You thought you was special. Why are y'all like this? This is serious, you guys. This is serious. This is an allegation. We have to take it serious. Let's read that again and continue on to the next sentence, shall we? Mr. Howard impregnated Miss Ventura, who ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy when she was unable to locate Mr. Howard for a period of time. Even after terminating a pregnancy, Miss Ventura sought to have unprotected sex during the encounter for years after. After reconnecting when separated for almost 8 months, Miss Ventura confessed to Mr. Howard at New York City's Gramercy Park Hotel that she had terminated a pregnancy created by Mr. Howard. Despite this revelation, Miss Ventura insisted on unprotected sex during that very encounter, which lasted several days as the two reconnected after the separation. It was after his victory in the encounter with Daniel Phillips that Miss Ventura DR-ugged Mr. Howard with a triple dose of ecstasy and manipulated him into engaging in unprotected sex. I'm not looking at y'all. I'm not looking at y'all. No, I'm looking at y'all. Reconnected? Sir, you were rehired. I'm thinking, no disrespect, but I think Cassie got the golden snatch. Because all of these men seem to be like in love with her or like in some type of relationship with her in their minds. Now, what I will say is I do agree with you, Bar Breakers panel with Big Shake. I do agree with you that it is possible that there was a pregnancy. I did not say that it was impossible that a pregnancy happened because there was unprotected sex that was happening with both Cassie and with Jane. Only difference is over the years, Plan Bs were carried in that medicine bag, in the Gucci, the Louis Vuitton bags that was carried around. Plan Bs were in there. So that means that there is a possibility that there was a pregnancy. And I hate to say this, and no disrespect, I'm just going to keep it all the way real. If Cassie's having sex with him, with Daniel Phillips, with Diddy, and other male escorts, who's to say that you know who it was that impregnated her? And I'm not being funny, and I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being truthful after all the testimony that I sat through and heard. Exactly, Mama Joycelyn. How would Cassie even know whose baby it was? The evidence showed that there were more than one man at once. Exactly. There were times that they were having freak-offs, and there would be 3 different men, one after the other, that would come in. So... And that's not being shameful. That's being truthful. And one thing I'm going to be is truthful. I'm not going to sit here and be delusional with y'all. I'm saying he was pregnant. Don't make me laugh. I'm still getting over being sick. So she is going to absolutely abort mission. Exactly. Cassie should go to jail too. She knew everything. Well, she's not going to go to jail too. She was given immunity, number one, in that federal case. And number two, she's considered a victim. There were no condoms, Sharon. You must have just got here, because I've been on here for a minute reading court docs. A lot of money grabs in this case, and this guy is one of them. I agree with you. I agree with you. All right, so Mr. Howard recalls being DR'd by Miss Ventura, who admitted to doing so when asked once Mr. Howard contacted her again after the initial incident. Specifically, Mr. Howard was given ecstasy by Miss Ventura after he complained of exhaustion due to the demands placed upon him during the encounters. Instead of providing coffee or an energy drink, Miss Ventura retreated to the bedroom and returned with an ecstasy pill. When Mr. Howard complained about his disdain for pills, Miss Ventura crushed the pill and put it into a drink she prepared, informing Mr. Howard she had only included a small dose. After having known Miss Ventura for several years, at this point, Mr. Howard trusted her and consumed the drink prepared by Miss Ventura. Mr. Howard recalls feeling hot and beginning to sweat uncontrollably within several moments of consumption. When he complained to Miss Ventura, her response was a passionate kiss before she aggressively grabbed hold of his manhood and placed it within her mouth. Mr. Howard recalls never feeling so intoxicated in his life, with the drug enhancing all of his senses and sexual desires. He and Miss Ventura began with condoms, but they were removed by Miss Ventura, who quickly rolled off the protection and pressured unprotected contact with Mr. Howard's inhibitions had been lowered. Mr. Howard left confused, dehydrated, and disoriented, ultimately pulling his vehicle over and parking on the side of a grocery store. He woke up hours later, weak and sweating. He was able to get help by calling an Uber, which brought him home to his girlfriend. What? Did y'all hear that? He was able to get help by calling an Uber, which brought him home to his girlfriend. He spent 3 days recovering from the encounter. After Mr. Howard confronted Miss Ventura during the following encounter, she confessed to DR'ing him. Now, how could she confess? See, this is what I mean by there's contradictions. Because you just said that she offered you a pill. You said you don't like pills. She crushed it up and put it in your drink. You trusted her, so you drank it. Now you're saying at the next encounter, you complained about what happened to you and she confessed to DR'ing you. But you just sat here and explained to us that you knew what she did. Yes, Tamika, he was in a relationship and was over here smashing with Cassie and Diddy. Not he wanted his rent paid every month like he was Cassie. I'm done. This sounds like an itty-bitty Diddy scam. Cat is dangerous to a weak-minded ninja. How do you say you were DR'd and you know it happened? You said you trusted her. You described what she did. You said, oh no, Mukavelli, yes we are, because y'all was out here dragging the females for filth. Oh yes we will. Don't you come in here with that Mook. Don't you come in here with that Mook. Don't you come in here with that Mook. But I'm not dragging him. I'm going through this and I'm calling foul when I hear a foul. Because you just told us that you don't like taking pills. So Cassie crushed it up and put it in your drink and you drank it. You watched her crush it up and put it in your drink. You said you trusted her, so you took the drink. Now you're saying you complained to her on your next encounter that you had to recuperate and take an Uber home to your girlfriend. To your girlfriend. To your girlfriend. And now you're saying that she confessed to DR ugging you? And he goes on to say that following this confession, he didn't accept beverages from her, except 3 times he accepted a drink over the 5 years. But she didn't sneak you. She didn't sneak you. She did it in front of you. He's not a victim, Mook. He ain't a victim, Mook. He was complacent. He wanted it. I'm not doing this with you, Mook. I'm not doing this with you, Mook. Okay, Mr. Howard with DR Ugg by Mr. Combs in the Trump property at the Columbus Circle in New York City. Now he was DR Ugg by Diddy, too. During an encounter, Mr. Combs offered Mr. Howard a pink substance in a small plastic bag he described as pink MDA or pink Molly. Pink cookies in a plastic bag being crushed by buildings. Hey, pink cookies in a plastic bag being crushed by a building. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Let me get back. First of all, it's called Tusi. Okay, it's Tusi. It's Tusi. He offered you Tusi, baby. He offered you Tusi. Mr. Howard, who only indulged in DR Uggs with Miss Ventura, was introduced to both Molly and ecstasy by Miss Ventura, who proposed for purposes of enhancing their sexual encounters. Mr. Howard's knowledge of designer DR Uggs was insufficient, and therefore he did not trust the unknown substance at first when offered. Mr. Combs had never offered Mr. Howard DR Uggs before this point, and the two had developed a mutual respect during the years of contact connected by Miss Ventura. First of all, y'all were not connected by Miss Ventura. Y'all were connected by Diddy, because Diddy liked to watch Cassie with BBC. This was his thing. Y'all were connected, and matter of fact, y'all was connected by Benjamin. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. That's what y'all was connected by, the Benjamins. Y'all was not connected by Diddy, by Cassie. You was connected to the money, sir. Against his better judgment, Mr. Howard agreed to consume a small dosage, hoping it would satisfy the demand and end the matter for the night. Mr. Combs retreated to the master suite, and within minutes, Mr. Howard recalls becoming extremely warm before he began to sweat uncontrollably. He began to have violent spasms, which curled him over, forcing him to crawl to a nearby bathroom. At no time did neither Miss Ventura or Mr. Combs exit the master suite. Once in the bathroom, Mr. Howard began to vomit uncontrollably. The pain from his stomach was intense, and he could not stop the sweating no matter how much he wiped. The vomiting lasted several minutes until there was nothing left to regurgitate. Mr. Howard lay dizzy and weak on the bathroom floor for several minutes before he regained the strength to stand and approach the door. It was Mr. Combs who came upon the weakened and disoriented Mr. Howard first. Noticing the visible change, Mr. Combs inquired about Mr. Howard's condition. Mr. Howard recalls being afraid to confess his condition, but he began to feel so sick that he confessed his condition to Mr. Combs. Mr. Combs examined him briefly and agreed that he did not look good. Mr. Combs turned to enter the master suite and asked Mr. Howard to wait. Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura exited the suite together. When Miss Ventura asked what was wrong, Mr. Howard informed her that what Mr. Combs had given him was responsible. Miss Ventura asked Mr. Combs what he had given Mr. Howard, and Mr. Combs responded with the pink shit. The pink shit. When Mr. Howard replied that Mr. Combs told him that it was Molly, It was Miss Ventura who informed him that the substance he had been given was not Molly. Mr. Howard was given around 1,500 and released. He managed to exit the hotel and walk over 40 city blocks in December conditions, sweating uncontrollably and afraid. Finally, around Union Square, located in Lower Manhattan, he regained enough of himself to call a friend and ask for help. He was picked up on a side block and taken home to recover. Did he go home to his girlfriend? You went back home to your girlfriend. 5:55. Mr. Howard was flown by the special request of Miss Ventura to New York City, to Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, numerous times to entertain Miss Ventura. Okay, I'm going to skip through some of this because it is 49 pages, and I think that we have heard enough of this for right now. He's just describing several different instances, but we're going to skip to the STD part, okay? Miss Ventura's disregard for health and safety of others while attempting to satisfy the sexual fetishes of her lover caused personal injury to Mr. Howard when he contracted an STD from her during an encounter where the two engaged in unprotected sex. Although Mr. Howard met Miss Ventura as a male companion, he was STD free and rarely had unprotected sexual contact. When engaged in the coercion of Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura, Mr. Howard was in a committed monogamous relationship, which he began before he met Miss Ventura. Hold on now, pause. I ain't saying that it ain't possible. But how are you in a monogamous relationship with your girlfriend? And you were in a monogamous relationship with Cassie, yet you sleeping with the two. Somebody help me understand. I thought monogamy meant one-on-one, mano y mano, uno nuno, one partner. Oh my God, Judy. I'm not even going to repeat that. That just caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting that. And you expect us to believe who don't count? He don't count. He don't know how to count, right? That's what you're saying, Mook? He don't know how to count? You want us to believe that this was the only person that you ever had sexual encounters with? Besides his partner, Miss Ventura was the only other sexual partner Mr. Howard didn't use condoms. Oh, so you was sleeping with other people, but you was using condoms. Is that what you're saying, sir? During the time of contraction, Mr. Howard had been semi-retired as a male provider. With Miss Ventura being his last client before he exited completely. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Is he admitting that he did this with other people? Right, male provider is crazy work for real. Like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm trying to make this, lighthearted as we go through. Let's read this little last part again. Let's read it again because I think something went over all of our heads. Mr. Howard was in a committed monogamous relationship, which he began before he met Miss Ventura. Besides his partner, Miss Ventura was the only other sexual partner. Mr. Howard did not use condoms. During the time of contraction, Mr. Howard had been semi-retired as a male provider. with Miss Ventura being his last client before he exited completely. He was gainfully employed in a committed relationship with a partner, and he lived with them 7 days a week. Stop. Processing, loading. I need one of those things to come up on the screen, not for real, but I need one of those little logos to put up, like, okay. Thank you, Mook. Thank you, Mook. I needed that. Like, we loading right now, because wait a minute. When I say to you, okay, I'm not going to say that this was not a degrading or a humiliating situation for this man or any man that was involved. I'm not going to say that it wasn't degrading or humiliating for Cassie, for Jane, for Gina, for anybody that was involved in this. What I'm saying is, old boy right here, from that part right there, tells me, hey, Sharon, welcome to the bar. What I'm saying is, you were slanging your slung for dollars, because that statement right there is very telling as to what he was doing. You were slinging that pipe for the right price. You just might, is what that says to me, because you're saying you were a male provider. You're saying that Cassie and your partner were the only two people that you were having unprotected sex with, and that Cassie was your last client before you retired. So this was your profession. This was your profession. And I'm just going to say this. With all of this sex going on, I'm not saying that it's not possible that he didn't contract an STD, because it would be ignorant for all of us to believe that there was no STD involved in all of that 11 years of being piped down and piped up with all of those men, that you didn't contract an STD along the way. It would be ignorant to think that. It would also be ignorant to think that in all the time that Gina and Jane were doing this, because Gina was a part of this, and we're going to talk about Gina and Chef Jordan in a minute. It would be ignorant to think that nobody caught an STD. But sir, you're sleeping with other people based off of your statement. Am I correct? Henny Glasses in the chat if that's what y'all got out of what he just said, because I don't want to say something and be wrong, but that's how I interpreted that. That you had other clients and Cassie was your last client before you retired. So this was your profession. How do we know that you didn't contract it from somebody else? How do we know that your girlfriend wasn't out there slipping and dipping because she knew what you was doing? So she had her little boo thing on the side. You think, let me tell you something. As a woman, if you think that you the only one, if you are a cheater and you think that you is the only one tipping and dipping, some women will not tip and dip, but some women will tip and dip and keep it to themselves. It will be a personal get back that they get back on you, especially if that turns out to be your profession. You think your girlfriend wasn't going through your phone and knowing what you was doing? Sir, she was there for the money, just like you was there for the money. And yes, I will even say it. Cassie was there for the lifestyle, but she didn't sign up for this. You, sir, making this your profession, you signed up for this. I'm just saying, stranger things have happened. I was coerced, okay? Mook, I'm being coerced into reading these damn documents because y'all want to hear it. No, that coercion. No, I'm being coerced right now. I feel coerced. I feel threatened. I'm sick of y'all. Okay, shortly after one encounter, Mr. Howard began to feel strange sensations when urinating. This quickly worsened, causing him to immediately consult a diagnosis center, seeking to have his blood and urine tested. The results are returned with Mr. Howard having contracted chlamydia. Wasn't somebody saying it was herpes? This guy got anal herpes or something? Was it... Jonathan Oddie said he caught herpes too. Cassie said she had sores in her mouth. But I never heard Jane say that it was... Okay, he said he had anal warts. He caught genital warts. Jonathan Oddie said he caught herpes. I can't be laughing with y'all till I get this congestion up out my chest, y'all. Y'all not gonna have me up here choking, okay? I don't even have my cute little laugh no more. It sounds like an old lady laugh. It's too many STDs being talked about. Like, now I will say this. She can't have genital warts. I don't know, because I don't know if she delivered her baby vet. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to. I'm traumatized. I'm traumatized. And this is why the next time I talk about Diddy will be after his status conference tomorrow. And then it will be when Diddy gets sentenced. That's when we'll talk about it. If Diddy gets released, we'll talk about it. But we moving on from this because I am truly traumatized by this whole experience. And I'm going to talk about it. We ain't even done yet. We finna be on here for a very long time. Okay, we probably gonna be on here till 12 of the clock. All right. Several weeks later, when Mr. Howard saw Miss Ventura again, the STD came up in conversation when Miss Ventura revealed she had contracted it and politely advised Mr. Howard to get himself checked, also blaming the infidelity committed by Mr. Combs for her infection. Diddy gave Cassie chlamydia. Cassie gave the chlamydia to him, and what he ain't mentioning is he gave it to his girlfriend. And if his girlfriend was cheating, she gave it to the side dude that she was sleeping with. Let's talk about it and let's be real. If you caught chlamydia, she caught chlamydia from Diddy. That means whoever that person was with, maybe she blaming Gina. If she's saying Diddy got chlamydia from Gina... Oh my God. Dun, dun, dun. Right, mommy. That's a dun, dun, dun moment. Your mama, Mac. How about that? I don't give a damn about what you say. That's for Mac. Genital warts, HPV. I'm still waiting for one of them to talk about having some sort of cancer. Child, you need a nap after this? I need a nap after this. I was planning on recording some videos, but when I get done with all of this Diddy stuff, I'm about to go lay down. Yeah, that was for Mac, talking about fake-ass Jaguar. Right, your mama, and sit on it. Nigga. Not you and Mac. There's another one in here called Mac. This dude right here. I'm talking to you. That was for him. That was for him. That was for him. How about that? It's removed. That's why you're over in the corner for 86,000 seconds. Just because you don't see the snipers don't mean the snipers ain't here. That's it. Bow. They be in here shooting. Anyway, let's talk about it for real. So this is a classic example of how STDs get spread out there, okay? This is how it happens. So now she says she got it from Diddy. So Diddy got it from whoever he got it from, and they got it from who they got it from, right? So now he brings it into the freak-offs, and she gave it to him. He gave it to his girlfriend. That's what he ain't telling us. That's the part that he ain't telling us. He gave it to his girlfriend. You know he gave it to his girlfriend. You know he gave it to his girlfriend. He said shortly after the encounter. Oh, I had stopped taking my Mucinex. So I need to go back to taking my Mucinex, and I need to get some stuff for my nebulizer. Hold on. Let me take my Symbicort while I'm live. Child. Contact tracing, right? Somebody stepping the freak off itchy. I am not fooling with y'all. I am wild wide body boys. I know. I have to. I went from smoking weed to smoking cigarettes to now vaping, and I really do need to stop vaping. I do have asthma. I would be lying if I said I didn't. I do have asthma. I will work on it. I am working on it. It's not easy. Can't even breathe up in people's business. Tina, first of all, I'm not about to go back and forth with somebody who ain't got no damn profile picture, number one. And number two, wait till I come. No, I have asthma. Wait till I come on here horizontally. I'll drop the link for you to come up there and see if you really got this same energy and time and to be popping it, okay? Look at that. Pow! Up out of here. Anyway, Tina got put in the corner. She's in timeout. Aw, she's in timeout. Too many body fluids mixing, all of those parasites jumping around. Ew, I agree. But anyway, he said shortly after, which, you know, I'm quite sure he was having SCX with his girlfriend in the meantime and in between time. Now he says he witnessed horrific domestic violence between Diddy and Cassie, okay? Over the span of a decade, Mr. Howard became an unwilling witness to numerous acts of physical domestic violence committed against Cassie Ventura. This violence had been attributed to forced labor and sexual acts of depravity when Miss Ventura claims she was forced to participate in sexual encounters. Mr. Howard's reality is far different from Cassie's. He recalls a vivid, detailed circumstance that differs greatly from what has been reported by Miss Ventura regarding her abuse. Mr. Combs would assault Cassie in response to a variety of different factors. These included jealousy, arrogance, perceived slights, perceived disrespect, perceived attempts to challenge him, and more. Before we continue on, sir, you just corroborated that he was whooping her ass in them freak-offs. Even though you gave reasons, that is still whooping her ass during a freak-off. That is still... But during no encounter was Miss Ventura ever assaulted for perceived lack of interest, hesitation, poor performance, or direct refusal to engage in sexual encounters. It doesn't matter. Not free Tina. It doesn't matter. You just corroborated that there was incidents in which he put hands, feet, and kneebows on Cassie during a freak off. Mr. Howard would witness Mr. Combs grabbing, kicking, and shoving Miss Ventura in response to a domestic argument. On other occasions, Mr. Howard witnessed Mr. Combs assault Ventura for making Mr. Howard a drink, despite being told by Mr. Combs not to. Another Mr. Combs assaulted Miss Ventura because he assumed Miss Ventura was mocking his penile size when he attempted to bed her immediately after Mr. Howard had finished. I'm not even going to be on the screen while y'all talk, because I know. Where's Crash Out? Crash Out is about to go in right now. I'm not. going to go back to reading. Erica, you are not right. She said, read it again. On another occasion, Mr. Howard witnessed Mr. Combs assault Miss Ventura for making Mr. Howard a drink despite being told by Mr. Combs not to. Another, Mr. Combs assaulted Miss Ventura because he assumed Miss Ventura was mocking his penal size when he attempted to bed her immediately after Mr. Howard finished. Crash Out said, I told y'all, I'm not doing this. I'm going to finish reading. I'm not doing this with y'all. The instances of domestic violence and abuse experienced by Mr. Howard traumatized him for years after they occurred. If they traumatized him, what do you think they did to Cassie? Mr. Howard was made an unwillingness to witness and further victimized by this powerful couple who totally disregarded unless they needed. He's saying that they totally disregarded him unless they needed his manhood. Sir, that was your job. Get on your job because they're on theirs. Okay, that was your job. When his manhood was needed, he would be coerced, manipulated, and then seduced into DR UG use and compliance. Sir, I'm not going to go there. These acts and their traumatic effect entitle Mr. Howard to damages and relief within this action being set forth. Now it gets juicy. In mid-December of 2023, agents from the Department of Homeland Security investigations contacted Mr. Howard regarding his encounter with Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura, requesting that he come in for an interview. Having no experience in law at the time, Mr. Howard contacted his local criminal attorney, who was also not experienced in federal criminal law. In response to the U.S. Attorney's Office provided counsel to advise and represent Mr. Howard during the interview for legal purposes. Mr. Howard spent the next year and a half as a cooperating government witness for the Southern District of New York. He was going to testify for the government. Mr. Howard provided airline payment receipts, boarding passes, dates, and photos of hotels to the government. So he had receipts. Most importantly, Mr. Howard provided corroboration of illegal activities. Mr. Howard could corroborate a decade of illegal activity beginning in 2009 and concluding in 2019. During this time period, Mr. Howard witnessed assaults against Miss Ventura, DR UG use, and illegal activities, and witnessed. I don't know what he means. Mr. Howard was additionally DR UG'd by both Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs on 2 separate occasions, which I'm not buying the DR UG'd by Cassie because you watched her do it. Anyway, you consented to that, sir. Mr. Howard was additionally DR UG'd by both, okay, I read that. Mr. Howard was a male provider who impregnated Miss Ventura after an encounter in October of 2013. As the interview process progressed, Mr. Howard was asked for details as he recalled them. Prosecutor Maureen Comey, dun, 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 assisted Mr. Howard in a method of recollection by introducing him by instructing him during an interview to write down his memories as he recalled them. Due to the length of time that had elapsed since the conclusion of the relationship, Mr. Howard could then use these notes and present them to prosecutors who would fact-check the dates and locations for evidence that supported his allegations. The U.S. attorney was unable to establish Mr. Howard's credibility after investigating his claims. The U.S. attorney verified encounters at the Gramercy Park Hotel in New York City, the Mandarin Hotel in Miami, the Residence in Miami, the SLS in Miami, the London in New York, the Essex House in Hotel in New York, the Intercontinental Hotel in New York and Miami, the Trump Hotel in New York, and the Downtown Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles. Mr. Howard verified the sexual assault allegation within this complaint when he provided supporting travel fare receipts for his departure and arrival flight to Los Angeles on the morning he was assaulted. As the investigation continued, the U.S. attorney became aware of criminality in the actions of Ms. Ventura. Because Ms. Ventura was not the target of the investigation, Mr. Howard's allegations against her were not acted upon. Attorneys provided by the U.S. attorney worked to dissuade Mr. Howard from filing civil actions against Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura. The attorneys argued that the allegations against Ms. Ventura would expose her to criminal liability and therefore might damage her credibility as a witness and her public image. Mr. Howard, as the client, directly instructed attorney Tyrone Blackburn, "I'm about to pass out. Why do people keep going to Tyrone Blackburn?" Y'all need to stop calling Tyrone, okay? He instructed attorney Tyrone Blackburn to file his action against the defendants before the expiration of a statute made available to adult survivors of sexual assault in New York. Mr. Blackburn began as directed by first contacting attorney Douglas Whittaker, which is Cassie's lawyer, seeking to quietly settle litigation with Ms. Ventura and offering her the opportunity to avoid exposure to the allegations once the lawsuit was made public after filing. Instead, Mr. Whittaker, embracing this opportunity to protect his client's image from allegations he knew to be true, he sought the assistance of the U.S. attorneys to dissuade Tyrone Blackburn from filing until after the criminal trial of Sean Combs. Now, Brianna Bongalong said that that was her attorney when she first filed suit or made a complaint against Diddy for dangling her over that balcony, and she fired him because he was lying. Tyrone Blackburn is not a credible attorney. He is the African-American version of Tony Busby to me, okay? He was also outside the courtroom. He was listening to what was going on in that courtroom. He was listening. He was in there. Hold on. Before I even continue on, let me scroll all the way to the bottom of this because I don't even need... Okay, so Mr. Howard filed this himself. He is suing them for physical and psychological injury, lost wages and benefits. How did you lose wages and benefits when you was getting paid for your services, sir? And you said that you were retiring as a male provider. Pain and suffering, emotional distress and mental anguish, loss of enjoyment of life. I didn't know you could sue people for that. You can sue people for loss of enjoyment for life because there's quite a few people that I need to sue for that. Other economic and non-economic damages. Defendant's conduct was egregious, intentional, and undertaken with malice or recklessness disregard for the plaintiff's well-being. Now, he's suing them for past and future medical expenses. Sir, you contracted chlamydia. You took the meds. It's over. What, are you suing them because you're going to psychological things? Are you going to a psychiatrist, sir? Because if you're going for a psychiatrist, then past and future lost earnings and diminished earning capacity. Attorney fees, but you filed this yourself. It looks like you're going at this yourself. I'm just, this is like, ugh, okay. So we got him filing his suit. He dropped a book on Amazon. Clayton H., Cassie, victim or co-conspirator, my experience inside P. Diddy Freakoff. He dropped the book. It's 140 pages. In a darling literary debut, Clayton Howard steps out from the shadows to share a deeply personal, haunting, intimate account of his 8-year relationship with music industry icon Sean Diddy Combs and his girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, revealing a side of fame rarely seen and even more rarely spoken. Howard's memoir, Cassie, is not a tabloid expose, but a raw and emotional layered portrait of a secret life lived at the insertion of desire, power, and vulnerability. As Sean Combs' trial captivates the media and reshapes public perception, Howard's voice adds an unexpected and deeply human dimension to the story. At the center of Cassie are infamous freak-offs, carefully curated sexually encounters which defy conventional ideas of intimacy and control. Some moments are tender, others unsettling. A night spent tending to Cassie's drug overdose and a terrifying experience being drugged by Diddy. These scenes aren't presented for shock value, but as part of an honest exploration. Through Howard's lens, Diddy and Cassie are revealed not as victim and villain, but as flawed, powerful individuals navigating a world they constructed and were ultimately consumed by. Cassie, far from a passive bystander, is portrayed as a complex force, engaging, instigating, and emotionally entangled in ways that defy easy classification. The story begins at the London Hotel in Manhattan in 2009 using the aliases Dave and Jackie. They contacted Howard, who accepted $6,500 for a 24-hour engagement, was hired for one purpose, to satisfy her. Watching silently from the background was Frank, in disguise, orchestrating and observing. What might have been a one-time transaction became a base of a long, tangled relationship. Child, this man is out here selling this book, honey. And it was published June 20th of 2025, 10 days before his lawsuit. Child, I ain't got no words. Okay? Now, I know that there are a lot of people that are clamoring because they want to see this woman right here. They want to see her go down. Okay? People have said she's not a victim. She was complacent to what was going on, and that she was orchestrating all of this stuff, and she asked for it and she wanted to be a part of the lifestyle. But there are 2 more men that have come out to speak. Now, Don, which is the gentleman down here, has been on Vlad TV, okay? And he has been spilling on not just Cassie, but on Jane, which we all know who Jane is now. But Don the dealer had some things to say.
So you got paid $3,500, and they booked you 2 more times.
Yeah, they booked me 3 more times. One of those times, I came over and I got off the elevator, and he pretty much met me at the door and was like, hey, she's not feeling good right now, so we're gonna scratch this and do it like a different night. I'm like, all right, cool. So,
okay. Now, as you're getting to the second and third session, it was pretty much the same routine, but certain things were different, because at one point, you guys would be having sex, you and Cassie, and then Diddy would, like, tag in?
yeah, like so we'd be engaging, and he would be like, all right, King, like, I'm about to tap in right now. And then he would say, go over there. So I would go over there, then he'd come over, and then they would engage in their own passionate intercourse, which wouldn't last too long. And then he'd be like, all right, I'm good, come back over. And he'd go back over to where he was, and then I'd sit there, and yeah, he kind of switched off, but he never wanted me around him, which is why I thought that the gay accusations were a bit much, because knowing him as long as I've known him, right, I never got that vibe from him. He never even wanted me next to him when this was happening. I didn't want him next to me either, so it seemed like we were all on the same page, right? So, yeah, he did his thing.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that. But I didn't want him next to me either, so it seemed like we were all on the same page, right? So, yeah, he did his thing.
Although rubbing your cum on his nipples is somewhat gay, so
I wasn't involved in that.
So, Vlad has engaged in starting a escort tour for all of the people who have been a part of freak-offs with Diddy and Cassie in any capacity, okay? And Don was not only an escort to Cassie and Diddy, but also Jane and Diddy as well. Now, that is only one part. Honey, the Punisher has, not the Punisher, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, the Punisher has opened the floodgates to DJ Vlad, because now DJ Vlad is bringing everybody in, and I had to take my damn ponytail down because, baby, no. Anyway, so he's revealed a lot of different things about the freak-offs that he was engaged in when it came down to doing these freak-offs. And he spanned over Cassie and Jane, which I like to think that because Gina did not talk, he ain't talking about Gina. But we will get to Gina in a minute, and we're going to get to Chef Jordan. But we're going to talk about these two right here. So Vlad has done an interview, and that was just a quick little snippet. Okay, because he also had another escort where he's running their videos back to back, like he's dropping them, and his name is Rico Bonzant. Okay,
schools, fighting, this, that, and I guess when you're 16.
Hold on. We're going to go to this one and let Vlad say some things.
So, as you guys start the sex, what happens then?
He just kind of like walking around, watching, kind of instructing her, telling her like to talk dirty and to like switch positions, tell her get up, do this, and then like we'd be like stop, and she'd be like she wanted me to dance for her in between us having sex, so we just like set up a little set. Cut the lights on, she'll be like, tell me to pick 2 songs, she'll pick 2 songs, and kind of dance in between, and then he's just like walking around watching, and kind of instructing her. He'd be like, tell her to sit down, and then tell me to sit down, I'll sit down, she'll dance for me a little bit, kind of just like mixing it up.
Now, we just listened to Clayton Howard's account of things, and where Clayton Howard was saying that there was control had, but from the way Rico was talking, Diddy was orchestrating everything. Y'all double tap that screen and get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. Thank you for all of the diamonds and rubies that you guys have thrown. I appreciate all of y'all. Make sure that y'all are staying active in the chat. This is with Jane Doe, right? Yeah.
He's pretty much just directing her, telling her what to do while I'm dancing for her.
Well, didn't Jane Doe ask you to take off the condom?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
I said no. And then she was like, well, could you come on me? So when I came, I pulled the condom off and came on her.
Okay. Before that happened, though, what was Diddy doing as you guys are having sex?
He was sitting in the corner with his shirt off, and then at one point, like right before I came, he was sitting in some corner. He had his pants in his pants with his shirt off, and he was just sitting there. Then he would get up, and then he'd just be walking around smoking, like sipping a drink, smoking as me and her having sex, and just kind of telling her, do this, put more baby all on yourself, kind of instructing her throughout the process.
Right, but wasn't he pleasuring himself at one point?
Yeah.
Okay. So I remember when I talked to Punisher, right? He said that he was given, very clear instructions to not even, address Diddy on any point. Don't look him in the eye. Don't act like he's even there. He said the first time that him and Diddy actually locked eyes was when he was leaving the stand, in court. Was there any of that? Like, don't look at Diddy, don't talk to Diddy, or was this more kind of like...
No, when he was walking around, I looked at him. He was like, I'm not even here. But, like, at the same time, like, I know you tried to record when I was first dancing for it, so I'm, like, conscious of him walking around. He was like, act like I'm not even here,
Now, this is Rico, okay? Rico Bonzont, okay? And Rico says that he is of New Orleans descent, okay? That's that Creole. I'm just saying, if there is anybody, Don says that he had 25 freak-offs. Do y'all want to hear some more audio from these guys? Henny Glasses in the chat if y'all want to hear some more audio. Because we getting real scandalous. I'm going to have to chop this live down. Oh, y'all said yes. Yes, yeah. Only reason why I watched Vlad. Y'all want to hear it. Okay. Y'all talking about, yeah, sure. Y'all are hilarious. Okay, so let me,
just to...
Now we're back to him. This is Don.
Well, then we fast forward 2021, which is like 5 years later, and you get contacted again.
Right.
So what happens then?
Oh, wait. Let me go back because Don talks about Cassie. Hold on.
T3.
16.
Can y'all hear good?
Okay, so let's get into your story.
Can y'all hear it good? Okay, I want to make sure you guys can hear good. Because I don't want you... She said turn it up. You got to turn up your phone because I can't turn up my phone no more. But everybody's saying they can hear it. You the only one saying you can't hear it. Okay. I'm going to do it like this. And then maybe you...
Now, you're an adult film star.
Right.
And you work for an agency called Cowboys for Angels.
Right, yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
2016, I just moved to Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for a celebrity client. to meet at the one hotel on South Beach, and that ended up being Diddy.
Okay, now previous to that, now you did adult films, but were you actually doing escorting? You know, meeting with women, couples, and so forth.
So at that point in time, in 2016, wasn't doing any adult films. I didn't do that until 2023. That's when I started, or 2024. So to that point, it was just
Yes, Cowboys for Angels. Let me see.
Now you're an adult film star,
right.
Is that better?
and you work for an agency called Cowboys for Angels.
Right, yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
Which one was better, the first one or the second one? Let me just go to the channel and see for myself. Hold on one second, y'all. So I'm going to make sure y'all can hear good. Y'all. So I'm going to make sure y'all can hear good. Infamous freak offs. An escort to
Just be walking around smoking, like sipping a drink, smoking as me and her having sex, and just kind of telling her, do this, put me T3.
16. We called Cowboys for Angels.
Right, yeah.
Now, what happened around 2016?
I need to get my
2016, I
speaker
just
for
moved to
y'all.
Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for
Okay,
a
this is hold on.
to meet at
Now, what happened around 2016?
Okay, the second one sounds better to me.
The first one or the second one?
The second one sounds better to me. All right, so we're going to continue on with the second one, you guys, because it does sound a lot better with that one. All right.
2016, I just moved to Miami from Atlanta, and that's when I got the call for a celebrity client to meet at the one hotel on South Beach, and that ended up being Diddy.
Okay, now previous to that, now you did adult films, but were you actually doing escorting? You know, meeting with women, couples, and so forth.
So at that point in time, 2016, wasn't doing any adult films. I didn't do that until 2023. That's when I started, or 2024. So to that point, it was just I had a job as a market development manager for a small startup company, and then I ended up getting into the escorting business just by way of modeling. Somebody hit me up off Model Mayhem. It looked like spam. First name Garen, last name Teed. Pitched it.
Garen is a name that we have heard often.
This idea of being a gigolo, had no idea what that was other than Deuce Bigelow, Mel Gigolo. So, but ended up getting into that, and it was just dates. You know, go out on a date with this older lady and just tell her she's attractive and this is a great time and compliment her, and that's all it was. It was, I mean, I had one point where I went on a date with a lady and she had heart palpitations. I had to take her to these are old.
Damn.
These are old these women are, right? So
what was
for
the
the
oldest
most part,
woman that you went on a date with?
73. 73. Yeah.
Did you guys consummate that?
We did not. No,
Okay.
I'm not a miracle worker. I can't make the dead rise or this. So I was just like, you know, we're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this Italian food, and that's gonna be it.
That's what you saying.
Okay.
But that's how it was. You know, the whole thing was described to me. It was like, this isn't sexual. You know, for sexual contact for monetary gratification. Like this was just going to be dates and stuff like that. So that's really what it was up until this point in time.
Okay, so you're working for Cowboys for Angels, and you get a call that there's a celebrity client, and they don't tell you who it is yet.
No, they don't tell me who it is. All they told me was it was a celebrity client, last name Lopez. And then they went on, as I'm on the way to the hotel, they're like,
There was an assistant by the name of Lopez that was there.
yeah, so just ask for Mr. Lopez. And in my head, I'm like, you know, this is a straight male escort agency. So I'm trying to figure out how does this work into the situation? I'm like, they knew that wasn't my thing. So I'm thinking in my head, like George Lopez or Jennifer Lopez. It could be like, I'm thinking any Lopez celebrity name. So then I get to the hotel, and the front desk clerk walks me upstairs. I said, I'm there for Mr. Lopez. Get up there. It's like Latin music playing in the hallway. So I'm really thinking this is a Hispanic person, celebrity, still trying to rack my brain to figure out who it is. And door opens up, and Diddy's just standing there in like a black wife beater and some shorts. And he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, oh, first thought was like, oh, it's Diddy. Like, this is, and then I was like, oh no, it's Diddy. Because at this point in time, people still, you know, those accusations were out there.
He said, oh no, it's Diddy.
So I'm like, you know, I had to double take that for a second, but it was chill. Like, walked right in, and it was pretty easy. Got in there, it looked like an episode of Cribs. It was nothing but Ciroc, from like bottom to top of the shelf in the refrigerator, drinking Ciroc, sitting chilling. He offered me a joint. We smoking. He seemed like he was very cool guy.
Now that was his first encounter going in. Okay. Now, you know that Vlad is going to basically get to the goods, okay? So let's go to... See, I'm not going to become a member of Vlad just to be able to get the full interviews.
I get a text message on my phone, and it was saying, he's like, hey, this is Diddy, this is Puff. Are you around? I had no idea he had my phone number. But I guess because of his inability to book in advance, the agency I was working for thought it was better that, you know, I'll just give you his number and you guys just, you know, talk amongst yourselves. So he reached back out and was saying that he had somebody new, and that he wanted me to come over just to explain to her about what we call the lifestyle, right? Like inviting other people into your bedroom and exploring your sexual side. And that's all it was going to be about. So when I went over there, I didn't know who it was going to be. I just knew that he kind of wanted me to kind of like drop the knowledge on what to expect with all this and see if it piqued her interest.
Okay, and this time it was Daphne Joy.
Yes, but I didn't know it was her at that point. But yeah, it was Daphne.
All right, so describe that first meeting.
I did not say that. Vlad said that. I didn't say that.
The first meeting, I met him at a hotel in, I think, South Beach, and he sat with me for a second and was just like, hey, yeah, I got a new girl. I want you to explain to her a little bit about the lifestyle. She seems very interested in it because I told her that I'm interested in it. So if you can kind of explain to her the subtle nuances, you know, involved in the lifestyle, like that would be a big help to him. And I was like, sure. So I come in, I sit down, Daphne comes out, we greet each other, and she's immediately like inquisitive. She wants to know every single thing about the lifestyle, what it's like inviting a third party into the bedroom, the type of relationship strength you need to be able to endure that, just every different angle of the lifestyle. So she was very much a willing participant, and I'd go as far to say excited for the journey, and that proved to be so because by the end of this, she was, you know, she was saying, coordinating what you're gonna wear, or what music we're gonna listen to, and how we're gonna do this and that. So it was a great growth for her during that period of time.
So, there was a conversation had. The journey, the growth, the lifestyle. Child, please, anybody involved in this type of lifestyle, get back, give me 50 feet. Please, give me 50 feet. Yes, he's talking about, yes,
So,
Monica.
the first freak off with you, Diddy, and Daphne, was it pretty much the same as Cassie?
Pretty much the same in that
I'm not saying the name. This is a whole nother content creator that is saying the name that was not in the courtroom. And that is not me. And the case is over. The trial is done. The trial is done. Okay, y'all already knew because academics put it out there and 50 exposed it. So, yeah.
The way that they went about the night, the scheduling of it was pretty much the same. The difference was Daphne was so much more wanting to be in the room. So me and him had a lot of time to just kick it and smoke and talk. But with Daphne, she was like right there. She wanted to smoke. She wanted to talk. We were talking about our kid. We just, we switched off, in the parent mode, all of us having kids. We talked about kids. We did all that stuff. So, and then it gradually got back into the lifestyle and what to expect and what she felt was sexy and how to incorporate that into what we were trying to build at that time.
Okay, but
What we were trying to build. Now, in the beginning, Daphne testified that in the beginning that she was with it until she was not. So, I don't know. Right, Monica, we know.
same routine. Essentially, you guys would start with various types of foreplay, which would lead into penetration, and then you would pull out, bust on her, then she would bring it to Diddy.
Yeah, pretty much.
I wasn't ready. I'm sorry, you guys. I didn't brace y'all for that. Do y'all need me to remind that? Let me go back just a little bit.
You guys would start with various types of foreplay, which would lead into penetration, and then you would pull out, bust on her, then she would bring it to Diddy.
Yeah, pretty much. Except for the last part, I had no idea she was bringing it to Diddy. So whichever camera, but yeah, I had no idea. So, but yeah, that was the whole flow of things.
I can't. Hey, Neek, thank you. I can't. And just so y'all know, since I haven't talked about in the courtroom yet, because we haven't gotten to that portion of programming yet, this is the type of stuff that we're hearing in the courtroom. And the only reason why I'm blushing and making faces is because y'all are hearing it. And a lot of y'all are hearing it for the first time for yourselves. But this is the kind of conversations that were going on in the federal courtroom when they would start talking about some of this stuff. And it was unsettling. Like at times, it was like that courtroom would turn into a bunch of giggling kids because I don't know what it is about it, but all of us would be like looking at each other and start giggling. Well, at least in the overflow room, because in the main courtroom, you can't make no noises and things like that. You have to be quiet. It's very strict in the main courtroom. It was a little more laxed in the overflow room. But I mean, when I'm telling you that we were hearing text messages talking about, I want to, tonight and get me a big cunt tonight and things of that nature. We're sitting there like, and since Neek is in here, I want to take the opportunity to tell her personally, even though I've said it to her before, Neek was very, very cool, down to earth. I'm grateful to have made contact with her. Very humble person, very much about her business. And so, yes, I very much appreciate meeting her. I met a lot of cool people, but Neek was definitely one of them. So, thank you so much, Neek, for embracing and being in connection with. I know I look forward to crossing paths with you at another trial. I don't know, but, we definitely are going to do our thing on the next trial together. And, yeah, so... But this is the type of stuff that we were listening to. And think about it. We were in that courtroom listening to testimony for 8 weeks. This case went on. And I would say that probably up until about week 6 is when we were hearing out of people's mouths. Maybe week 5. No, I'll say week 6 because then we started hearing from the last few people that was there. But all that time, we were listening to all of this testimony coming out. And it was just, wait till I read y'all the transcripts. Wait, y'all will see.
Sure.
Well, Daphne ended up taking the stand, and she talked about this particular situation. And she painted it slightly differently. She said the moment the relationship soured for her and Diddy was when she was asked to participate in the first freak-off, which he called hotel nights. So after the hotel was set up, she would get dressed up in lingerie, and Diddy told her that a male escort named Dawn, who he knew, was coming.
And this is the Dawn that she was testifying about, guys.
You know, the woman, the escort poured baby oil on each other, 12 bottles at a time. They started with touching. You know, basically, she said that she was trying to move things along. Combs was like, no, let's slow down. But she said the initial experience performing a freak-off made her happy because it was taboo, but she thought this was just one night of fun. She didn't think she'd be doing it again. You know, but it opened up Pandora's box. She was never able to shut it. Because she said after the first freak-off, 90% of their sexual experiences involved Diddy, her, and another man.
Now, pause for a second, because she did not say that that's when their relationship started to sour. And see, this is the difference between people who have been in the courtroom and people who are not in the courtroom, who are overhearing things, because I seriously doubt that Vlad is reading transcripts. Not to say that he doesn't, but I seriously doubt he's reading the transcripts. So the way Jane's story goes is, one night they were watching Corn together, and she said, you know, they started having conversations, and they started having what she referred to as fantasy talk. And so she said during one of these fantasy talk conversations that Diddy introduced the idea of this voyeurism that they began to get into, which she later called cockhold, that he was a cock, and it was cockholdism. And I don't know if cockholdism is a word or not, but that's what we're calling it right now, cockholdism. And that's what she said it was. She said that she did say that it was taboo. She did say she was interested in it. And she said from there, she enjoyed the first night, but she did not think that it was going to be something that became routine. She also said that she realized that she opened the door to she said she opened Pandora's box and she couldn't close the door. So that's where this came from when it comes down to her being introduced to it. And she does admit that in the beginning she was cool with it, but after a while she did not want it anymore. She said that she had realized that this was the only way that she would end up having one-on-one time with him is if she did one of these hotel nights first. And then when it was done, she enjoyed the time they had together. She made it very clear that she enjoyed the one-on-one time with Diddy, that she wanted to be with him, that she enjoyed him, that she wanted to please her lover. Oh my God. I think all of us feel the same way that we're in that damn courtroom. If we hear partner or lover one more freaking time, we're going to scream. But I'm going to have to torture you guys with it because I am going to read the transcripts. All of them. All of them. So you guys are definitely going to get tortured the way that we were tortured, only it's going to be me reading it to y'all. Yeah, so anyway.
Okay.
Were you aware of this?
I was not. To my knowledge, I knew that he spoke of other people, but in those instances with us, it was only, I kind of thought I was the only person involved at that point, at least in this area.
Why do they all think that they are the only ones? Why do they all think that they're the only ones? Okay, so you are saying that she was introduced to these freak-offs and didn't think she was going to have to pay for those big-name individuals. What are you talking about, Big Skywalker? I think you're a little lost. I think you're a little lost. Right. They were all... Oh my God. Hey, Diddy.
So, yeah, I mean, I didn't know about the intricacies after the fact.
Okay, but you continued to meet with them dozens of times?
Right.
So by the second or third time, you realize, okay, this is Daphne Joy, a.k.a. 50 Cent's baby mother.
Right.
Did you feel
okay
about that?
I did not. I did not. Vlad is putting this out there. Okay, so y'all hear it for yourselves. This is DJ's Vlad. This is DJ Vlad saying this, not Henny. DJ Vlad, okay?
It is what it is,
man. Right. And, you know, it is what it is. Like, yeah.
Well, and you guys always met in Miami.
Right, we always met in Miami.
Either in the hotel rooms or a couple times at Diddy's Star Island home.
Yeah, the last 2 times at his house.
Okay. And at one point, he kind of pranked you a little bit.
He did. He pranked me a little bit. It's a scary moment. So, I don't think he did it on purpose. But so he's always made the jokes that you and I would hear, right? Like, oh, he's this, Illuminati, soul to soul, like certain stuff like that. So he jokes around like that. So the last time I'm at his house, we're in his bedrooms, huge, like 2,000 square foot bedroom. Daphne's on one side, he's on the other side, and I'm kind of in the middle of the room. And he's trying to show me, because I've never been in here before, that the Alexa controls the lights and stuff. So he's like, Alexa, turn off and stumbled over his words, and all the lights went out in the room, right? So up until that point, I known this man like 8 years at this point, right? I complete faith that this was a heterosexual male.
Okay, hold on. Before we continue on, have y'all noticed that there's a theme of 8 years here? Because Clayton Howard said that he had been in dealings with Cassie and Diddy for 8 years. Don has said that he's been there for a total of 8 years. And Don spans from Cassie into Jane. From Cassie to Jane, all right?
But because of all the jokes, when the lights went off, I got scared. I was like, oh no! Like, so I dropped down to the ground, butt down, boom, right? Just in case you never know. It's dark, I'm in a new place, I'm scared. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, no, sir. So,
wait a minute. He said the lights went off and he dropped down to the ground butt first. You won't be getting this booty.
I'm sitting down on the ground and I'm kind of like, I'm bugging out, but you know, and all of a sudden I hear, and it sounds like it's coming from all around me. Hey, Don, you know they say I'm gay. I'm like, nigga, what? Like, I'm like, oh my God, bro. But he's joking. I didn't, you know, after the fact, I realized he's joking. But when the lights came back on, he was like, what you doing on the floor, man? Like, I'm on the other side of the room. What you doing on the floor? I'm like, nothing. I'm just, you know, I didn't want to trip and fall. Like, I didn't know how to explain that, you know. I know you, but I don't really know you like that, man. So, but,
I know you like that.
He would make those jokes from time to time about just joking on himself and public perception and stuff, so.
Nino said, that's no joke. So if Diddy had turned off the lights on you, Nino, what would you have done? That's crazy. That is crazy work, okay? Let's see what else he has talked about, because like I said, they are talking, baby. They are talking. Now, then we're going to listen to Rico, 2 from Rico, and then we're going to move on, because I have a lot to say.
There's a situation where you, Diddy, and Daphne were getting ready to have a freak off, and Daphne was running the tub with a bunch of the baby oil, and something went wrong.
Yeah, that was that last time I was there. So they heat up, you know, when you have like 1,000 bottles of baby oil and KY jelly, like you can't pop that thing into the microwave if you're going to heat it up, right? So they would run a big bath and throw all that stuff in there. So like, it's trippy to see, like when people look inside the tub, it's like you can't see the surface of the water. You just see floating bottles, right? So I guess they turned that on. We start talking, and she over flooded the whole bathroom, so he had to get a whole team of people up there to kind of clean this stuff up. And it's kind of awkward when you know the man's reputation and workers are seeing you there as a male. You kind of have to give them this look like, nah, it's not what you think. You know, it's, you know, you're not even like that. Like, I don't know how to emote to you. This ain't that type, but yeah, so it was a whole thing. But the whole bathroom flooded. It was a mess.
Now,
Flooding the bathroom and having all of these bottles of baby oil. Now do y'all understand why there is so much damage that was incurred during these freak offs, because you're flooding a bathroom. So I guess at this point in time, from what I'm gathering of Don's recollection of things, it's sounding like they evolved from using these bowls to warm up the baby oil to putting them in the bathtub. And just so you guys know, I don't know how big these bottles were, but I have seen different size bottles in the evidence where they range from this big to this big, okay? And there was a bag that had a whole bunch of stuff in there, all right? So, yeah, there's 2 Diddy pages in here. I have no idea what is going on.
As you guys had more and more free cops, because you had like,
No,
20
trash.
something free cops.
Why would you say that? No, trash channel. As a matter of fact, you're going in timeout. You're going to the corner. Go think about what you said.
With Daphne?
Yeah, probably like 2025 or something like that.
I mean, was it always the same, or was there other men involved, other women involved? Like, was anything ever different?
It was always the same. It was always me, him, and her. The only difference came in, there was a time that he just bought a company that sells psychedelics like mushrooms and chocolate. Mm-hmm. And he was like, we should try some of these mushrooms. He'd never done it. She'd never done it. I'd done it a couple times. So I was like, yeah, let's try it out. So we do it, and a couple minutes later, I'm on the couch, I'm chilling, there's music playing, red lights. Daphne's dancing in front of like a mirror they bought to the suite. She's dancing. You know, when you take mushrooms, you can't lock in looking at your own reflection. You'll be there for hours. So she's dancing, and I think he was on the balcony. So I'm vibing out, and then my peripheral just face right next to me, and he.
So he's saying in his peripheral, he sees Diddy come right here to his face.
He looks at me with like that Diddy demeanor, like, I'll jump off this motherfucking balcony right now. You seen that movie, Get Him to the Greek? I'm just like that shit in real life. And I was just like, what's happening right now? Like, I'm too hot.
He said, what's happening right now? So, yeah, they were off the mushrooms, and Diddy is talking about jumping off the balcony while Daphne is dancing in the mirror, high off of a psychedelic.
It was weird. It was a weird scenario. Then he starts like, he's halfway crying. His ex-wife, Kim Porter, had just passed away, and that was really taking a big toll on him. So he like kind of tearing up, telling me about him taking time out with his daughter to learn surfing in Malibu and trying to get back to family and keep all that together. So, but for the most part, it was the same. Every once in a while, there'd be a deterrence like that. So that was a little. I mean, were you?
So he was. Now, Daphne said that she was against the escorts taking any type of substances, but here Don is telling us that they were taking them. Now, I'm going to play for y'all something from the dude Rico, and then we're going to move on because, yeah. Now, let's hear what he had to say about Jane. I'm still going to say Jane.
Okay, so the trial is going, and then we reach the end of the trial. Diddy does not take the stand, and the defense doesn't call any witnesses.
Right, he wasn't.
And at this moment, you know, this is July 1st, 2025, the jury is deliberating. How do you feel about the overall case?
I haven't honestly been even keeping up with it.
Okay.
This is Rico.
But you do have, you know, you've heard
to
various things here and there since you
Yeah.
are kind of connected to it. What do you think will happen? Because he has 3 big charges. There's Rico.
Yes, Jane
They're
Doe.
saying that he has a criminal enterprise, which includes kidnapping, arson, drugs, and so forth. There is sex trafficking, Cassie by force, fraud, or coercion. and transportation of Cassie to engage in prostitution. Those are the 3 charges. RICO is the most serious, sex trafficking is the next most serious, and prostitution is, potentially a slap on the wrist. Number 1, do you feel like you were trafficked?
No.
Okay. And you don't feel that Jane Doe was forced to be in the situation?
No, I feel like she was enjoying it and wanted to be there. I didn't feel like it was a forced situation.
Right.
Now, here's the only thing that I can't get with is because Rico was not privy to the information. Rico didn't see the text messages that Jane, that they showed in the courtroom where Jane was saying she didn't want to do them anymore. And where Diddy was like, okay, well, then I'll just pay 3 months of your rent. And, so he wasn't privy to that information. So I feel like he's not qualified to really testify to that part. He's only qualified to testify to the parts like Don did. Don only talked about what he experienced and what he was privy to. And he even let it be known that he wasn't privy to certain things. This guy answered the question.
Because the 3 charges don't include Jane Doe at all. She was just there as a witness.
That actually turns out to not be true, because the trafficking and the transportation most definitely did involve Jane. And as a matter of fact, Diddy was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution with Cassie, the Mann Act. He was hit with the Mann Act for Cassie and for Jane. So to say that she wasn't a part of any of it, that she was just there, that's inaccurate information. Again, this is the difference between people who are in the courtroom listening to stuff and people who are not in the courtroom listening to stuff that are just going off of rumors and speculation. That's why if you know that there was a content creator that was actually out there at the courthouse, you really should, if you want the information, pay attention to them. Because even though some people were for Diddy and for the defense, and some people were for prosecution and for the witnesses, between the 2, you get the full story. So I would say y'all really need to start running up the content creators that were down there covering this. And I'm not just saying this because I'm one of them. I'm saying it because that's the only way you're going to get the accurate information. When we were watching the Tory and Megan Thee Stallion case, we watched the people who were at the courthouse. So I don't understand why people are running up people who don't have all of the information and are just spreading information. Now, I'm actually not going to play any more video because that leads me into my next topic. I want to say this. A lot of people are saying that the government let us down because they didn't show us anything that they said that they promised in their opening statements, that they didn't bring us the information. And I myself am one of those people who was saying that as well. Like, I feel like the prosecution let us down because they didn't, deliver what they said they were going to deliver. And that's actually inaccurate on my behalf and anybody else's behalf who is saying that. Because what I'm going to do for y'all right now is I'm going to read the opening statement to you from the prosecution, because they actually gave us what they said they were going to. They didn't trick us. They didn't tell us. Who tricked us and told us that we were going to hear about kids and all this other stuff was the media. Where did we hear about kids and minors and all of that stuff? From social media. Now, I'm not deterring away from what anyone is saying as far as what their experiences have been when it comes down to dealing with Diddy or any of that. What I'm saying is that's not what this case was about, okay? That's not what the case was about. So, let me go ahead and let me get to the opening statements for you guys. I closed the window out, and so that kind of messed me up. So I'm going to pull that up for you guys. Hold on. I gotta go to day 1. Boom. Here we go. And I'm pulling it up because I want all of us to really inform ourselves properly and not be misinformed, okay? So let's get into it. All right. Those are the jury instructions, which I'm going to read in the podcast. I'm going to read the instructions for when they were going through trial. All right. This is the opening statement in its entirety, you guys. All right. This is Sean Combs. To the public, he was Puff Daddy or Diddy, a culture icon, a businessman larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. During this trial, you're going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crimes. But he didn't do it alone. He had an inner circle of bodyguards and high-ranking employees who helped him commit crimes and helped him cover them up. Kidnapping, arson, DR-UGs, SEX crimes, bribery, and obstruction. These are just some of the crimes that the defendant and his inner circle committed again and again. You're going to hear about all of them during this trial. Let's start with just one night. The defendant was on the hunt for his girlfriend, a woman named Cassie. For years, the defendant physically abused Cassie. He also sexually exploited her, forcing her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. But that night, the defendant learned he had lost control of Cassie. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and that other man, but he couldn't do it by himself. So he took his bodyguard and one of his most loyal lieutenants to wake up one of the defendant's employees in the middle of the night, which we found out to be Capricorn Clark. The defendant yelled that he was going to delete the man Cassie was with. He demanded that his employee take him to the man's home. The defendant forced the employee out of her apartment and into an SUV. They drove to the house. The defendant and his bodyguard broke in, but no one was there. The defendant didn't give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he finally found her, he did what he had done countless times before. He beat her brutally, kicking her in the back and flinging her around like a rag doll. All of the violence wasn't enough, though. The defendant had to make sure he had control over Cassie once again, so he threatened her. The defendant told Cassie that if she defied him again, he would publicly release the videos of her having sex with male escorts that he kept as blackmail, souvenirs of the most humiliating nights of her life. This was just one night in the defendant's 2 decades of crime. In one night, he and his lieutenant kidnapped an employee, broke into a man's house, which is Kid Cudi's house, and the defendant beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. And as you will learn, this was just the tip of the iceberg. These are not the only crimes the defendant committed. It's not the only time he kidnapped someone. And Cassie is not the only woman he beat and sexually exploited. For 20 years, the defendant, with the help of his trusted inner circle, committed crime after crime. That's why we are here today. That's what the case is about. Nowhere in there is there any mention of kids yet. 20 years of crimes is a lot to cover. But first, I'm going to walk you through what the evidence is in this case. What the evidence in this case will show. Then I will explain a little bit about the charges, and then I will tell you how the government will prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what will the evidence show? You will learn that the defendant is a musician who created an empire. He had a record label, Bad Boy Records, and other businesses that he ran or controlled. Those businesses made the defendant rich, and he used money and resources from those companies to build his reputation and feed his every desire. To do that, he relied on an inner circle of people closest to him, like his bodyguards, chiefs of staff, and other high-ranking employees who ran all aspects of his life. Together, the group worked to promote the defendant's power. They carefully cultivated guarded his reputation, and they worked to get the defendant everything he wanted. He sometimes called himself the king, and he expected to be treated like one. He expected his inner circle to cater to his every desire, including his sexual ones. And this is where I will stop at. But there was no mention of kids, no mentions of tunnels, no mentions of unalivings of celebrities, no unalivings of Kim Porter, no attempted unaliving of Albie Shore. And again, that's not to say that those things did not happen because I was not there, so I cannot say whether those things are true or false. What I can say is the government told you what the case was. Nowhere in there did they say that they were going to have minors. So for those of us who went in there thinking that we were going to see minors, thinking that we were going to hear about unalivings, those are things that were fed to us through media. Because nowhere in their opening statement did they say that's what the case was about. Are there still allegations out there that pertain to Diddy? Yes, there are. Have those allegations been brought up in this case? No, they have not. So for everyone who says the government told us that they were going to be talking about minors and kids and this and this and that, that's not true because they never told us that. They straight up and down told us exactly what the case was just in that opening, those opening paragraphs right there. And based off of what the opening statements are saying, this is exactly what they showed us. We know that he was denied bail. That happened before I left. That happened on Wednesday. He was denied bail. Or Tuesday. Whenever that came down. I think it was Tuesday. Because Wednesday I slept. No, it was Wednesday. Because Thursday I rested. And then Friday I got on a plane and came back home. So we already know that he was denied bail. Before trial, after trial, he was denied. Oh, okay. Yes, I do believe it started with these people wanting to be close to him and his fame and needing money. But he manipulated it into something else. I thank you, Nerdy Locks, because that's exactly how I feel. I feel like, yes, people wanted to be close to him. People wanted to get next to Diddy. People wanted to be part of the power that he had. They wanted that. They wanted Diddy to be a part of their life. That's why a lot of those celebrities and politicians and all of those people went to Diddy's parties because they wanted to be a part of Diddy's world. They wanted Diddy to be a part of their world. Diddy was a very powerful man, okay? Very powerful man. And so, yes, people wanted to be a part of that life. But people did not sign up for all of that other stuff that took place. So did people sign up to be in Diddy's world? Yes. Did they know the magnitude of what they were getting into? No. Did Cassie sign up to get her ass kicked and drug around like a goddamn rag doll? No, she did not. Okay? Jane. The reason I have told y'all I have issue with Jane is because I feel Jane was already groomed. Well, now that we know who Jane is, you know who her baby father is. So that means if you know who her baby father is, that means that y'all know her past. And y'all know that her past involves her dealing with other celebrities. Now, am I saying that she deserved any of the stuff that went on? No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I feel like Jane was already groomed way before she even got with Diddy. That's what I'm saying. She had already been exposed to some form of the life, okay? But I still do not think that Jane was trying to get involved and caught up in all of this stuff. She thought it was going to be a one-time thing or a once-in-a-blue thing, but it ended up being an every-time thing. She didn't know what she was getting herself into, and once she was in, she self-admitted and took accountability that she opened that door and could not close it. Either way, abuse is abuse is abuse, okay? I was sitting and saying, well, when you're going through DV, you may not cheat. Who knows what somebody is going to do? Cassie was looking for somebody to get her out. She tried to see if Cuddy could get her out, but Cuddy couldn't get her out. Nobody could get her out, okay? Every time Cassie went to go leave, somebody was sent to go get her. That was testified to, okay? There were conversations had between Diddy and other people that showed that he was monitoring her every movement, that they were complacent to what his demands were when it came down to keep Cassie hidden, make sure she's icing herself, get the plastic surgeon. If you get involved, you get your ass whooped. There was a lot of things that were brought up in this case. I told y'all already that I feel like the prosecution dropped the ball because there were other predicate offenses that they could have used, that if they wanted to lock him down, they could have locked him down by using those predicate offenses. But the things that they went after, I felt like the distribution, that was something that would affect all of us. The trafficking, I'm sorry, trafficking is trafficking. So if you flew somebody out with the intentions of having sex with them and you're paying them for that, and that's the understanding, not your girlfriend, okay? Because at the time, Cassie thought she was an artist, but she was actually a sex worker. Jane thought she was a girlfriend, but she was actually a sex worker. You see what I'm saying? I know I'm your girlfriend, so you flying me out is different. It's different. But for those guys who actually get online and slide in girls' DMs with the intentions of flying them out so that they could have sex with them, bruh, you can go down. If more than one female steps up and says that this man is trafficking me, you will catch a case. And I'm going to give you an example of a case when I get done with this Diddy case, because I got to introduce y'all to the next one that we're going to be doing. Gina. Gina has now stepped forward and she talked to TMZ and she told TMZ that she was good and that basically no harm was ever done to her, but she's a lie. Okay? She's a lie. She's a lie. So first I'm going to
I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, I just want to know if Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way? No. You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy wins, she's gonna leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Now, that is Gina, and that's what Gina is saying, that he never did anything dangerous to me. But that's not what she told Tasha K. That's not what she told Tasha K. And that's also not what's in these court documents. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Let me take a screenshot, and now let me send that off to this phone so I can put it up behind us. Because this pertains to Gina. And don't worry. If you miss something, don't worry, because I will be chopping these videos up. Here we go. All right. So now Gina is saying that he never did anything dangerous to me, but that's not what this is saying. This is a document, okay? This is a court document, and this document was filed. I'll post it to the community wall on June 12th of 2025, okay? And I'm going to start with here. I'm going to start right here. Right here. GXA 692-A is an October 10th, 2025 chat between the defendant, which is Diddy, and Uncle Paulie. the defendant's former head of security, in which Uncle Paulie discusses an incident that took place between the defendant and Gina, one of the defendant's romantic partners. Uncle Paulie warns the defendant, if anyone called the police is 100% going to lock you, and advises the defendant that when you are locked up, none of us is going to be able to talk to her to get you out the situation. Thank you for the hand claps, Jenny from the block. This chat is direct evidence of the racketeering conspiracy charged in count 1, specifically as alleged in the in the indictment. The defendant used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims, including Gina, identified in the indictment as victim number 3, to engage in commercial sex acts. Thus, the text messages exchanged in GXA 629A between members of the conspiracy within the time period of the conspiracy that references an act of force perpetrated by the defendant against Gina. The defendant assaulted victim 3 on numerous occasions, including by striking the victim, kicking, dragging by their hair, throwing objects at the victim. Multiple of these assaults took place in the presence of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including security staff and personal assistants. Some of these staff members also assisted in covering up these assaults. Okay. Importantly, in February 1st of 2025, Enterprise letter also proves notice that the government would offer such evidence under Rule 404B. Okay. As proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, and knowledge of the defendant with respect to the Combs enterprise, its members, and activities. All right. Furthermore, for the reasons set out on the record and the government's May 21st, 2025 letter, the chat between the defendant and Uncle Paulie and GXA 629A is highly probative evidence of specific acts of racketeering charged in the indictment, including ex-trafficking, bribery, and obstruction. The government respectfully requests the court to admit the evidence. Now, here is the thing. And the thing is this. We just heard Gina say that he never did anything dangerous to her. Yet in this letter from the government submitting into evidence a text message between Uncle Paulie, you see his name right here, Uncle Paulie, the defendant's former head of security, in which Uncle Paulie discusses an incident that took place between the defendant and Gina. So everything that I read, you see right here in this letter. Gina not testifying poked a hole in the government's case. Yeah. And Gina coincidentally being caught by TMZ, because you do know you can call TMZ and tell them that you're going to be at a specific place at a specific time, and they'll show up. Gina tells TMZ that she's not scared because he's never done anything dangerous to her. Girl, we just read where apparently he did something that warranted Paulie to say that if the police were 100% be called, and if you get locked, there's nothing that we could do. We can't call her to get you out. Simone, what are you talking about? If you out of here, then be out of here. She just said Gina name. The fuck you talking about, gold digger? Gina is in the government document that I'm reading. Gina did not testify in the court underneath the sodium. Gina was named as victim number 3 and was supposed to come in and testify. So what are you talking about? You're coming for my mod for no reason because you are loud and wrong in this moment. Listen, I don't like to go back and forth with people or come off like that, but y'all gotta stop. All right, now, Gina is coming out. Gina is talking now to TMZ. and she's talking, and you couldn't even show up to the court. Like, the government was saying they couldn't get in touch with Gina. They couldn't get in touch with her lawyer, like, all of a sudden. And then when I read y'all these transcripts, y'all are going to hear where the defense is standing up talking about Gina's not coming. How do y'all know that? Things that make you go home. Things that make you go home. Just like Chef Jordan is now talking. Chef Jordan was either victim number 4 or 5 in this case that was supposed to come and testify. I think it was number 4. I think she was victim number 4 because number 1 was Cassie, number 2 was Jane, number 3 was Gina, and then there was the chef. And now Chef Jordan has come out with not 1, but 2 videos talking about her and Diddy and all of that. Well, I appreciate you apologizing. Hey, Jermaine, thank you for the super chat. Good afternoon, Henny. Hope your day is going. My day is going phenomenal. Right now, I'm giving y'all the morning. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nikki Lynn. Thank you. So it was Cassie, it was Jane, it was Mia, it was Chef Jordan, it was, it was Cassie, Jane, Gina, Mia, Chef Jordan. She was either 4 or 5. We don't know which one Mia was. Hey, Uda. But at the end of the day, she was supposed to have come and testify. So all of this coming out and speaking now on your Instagram, you were so terrified that you freaked out to the government, told them, you're going to lose it. I don't know what y'all are doing. You were so freaked out that you didn't testify, but now you can come on IG and talk because you're upset about what happened with the outcome of the case. But how can you be upset about the outcome of the case when you say that you told the government that they were going to lose the case because you didn't understand the case that they were putting on? Not only that, you didn't even step in to try to make the case go another way. You freaked out and didn't testify, but you can get on your IG and you can speak. Come on. Gina and Chef Jordan, shh. You had your opportunity to speak. Y'all chose not to speak. Shh. www.shh.com.org. .gov. .gov in this situation. .gov. .gov. So I'm going to play for y'all the audio.
As one of the actual minor victims to Sean Combs' physical assault while I was employed by him, as someone who was a witness to the abuse towards Cassandra Ventura Vine during my time of working for Sean Combs, I would just like to say that this is a grave miscarriage of justice. And I would like to also address that last year on March 20th, I was contacted by the federal government. They showed up at my door with badges. I refused to speak to them because I was terrified. So I was served with a grand jury subpoena that day before they left my home in Atlanta, Georgia.
All right. That was the first video. I'm quite sure all of y'all have seen the video, but that is what she's talking about. That she was grand jury subpoenaed the same day before they left her home. So now she's letting us know that when they showed up to talk to people, that they were grand jury subpoenaing them at the same time when they showed up to talk to them. Okay? She goes on to say that her car was broken into. But I'm going to play for y'all the recent one.
Hey, it's me again. I just wanted to address a few things because I know that it's been very confusing to see my initial post about my reaction to the verdict and me saying that I was afraid. And I'd like to explain that, yes, being contacted by the federal government is terrifying. The fact that their visit happens on March 20th, and by April 4th, really, I was made aware that Sean Combs already knew about that visit, even though I declined to speak to the feds when they came. That's why I was served with the grand jury subpoena. So my thing is everyone's like, oh, that's not witness tampering, that his lawyers were trying to pay your legal.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We lost sound. How did we lose sound?
Why would you be offering to...
I have to do it in the small one.
Hey, y'all. Hey. It's me again. Hey.
I'm trying to get us to the part where we was at. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. We had to start it all over again because at the end of the day, I wanted to make it bigger for y'all, and it kind of messed up. But anyway, she's going to have a meltdown if you haven't seen this video, because ain't she the one who she Wayne? I don't know what you mean.
And I'd like to explain.
All right, so here we go.
That yes, being contacted by the federal government is terrifying. The fact that their visit happens on March 20th, and by April 4th, really, I was made aware that Sean Combs already knew about that visit, even though I declined to speak to the feds when they came. That's why I was served with the grand jury subpoena. So my thing is everyone's like, oh, that's not witness tampering, that his lawyers were trying to pay your legal fees. Now riddle me this. If someone has assaulted you in the past and they threatened your life because you know about them brutally assaulting the person that they are with, that's at the center of the case, why would you be offering to pay my legal fees? Riddle me that, okay? And I wasn't responding. So there are text messages, and I do have voicemails from that lawyer too, because they were trying to reach me. Now, in the interim of me not responding, my car was mysteriously broken into. It's a smash and grab in this city, but my car, the alarm system was disabled, and the contents of my glove compartment and my middle console, everything that was identifying me was taken out and neatly placed on my passenger seat like a serial killer. And I immediately filed a police report and stated in that police report that the feds were at my house 2 weeks before, and that I believe that this was witness tampering and intimidation. And I still do believe it. So for everyone saying, oh, he's not thinking about you, oh, he's not going to do anything to you, oh, nothing's going to happen to you, oh, you're being dumb because now you're saying where you're at. He knows where I'm at. He been knew where the fuck I was at. So there's those details. And maybe that's the only thing where anything to do with me and I have to say is alleged, because I don't have proof that he made people do that. And I believe that he did because he wanted to control my interview with the government. Like Jane. What else? All these men that are stepping up now and that are saying, oh, you know, it was just a little prostitution. Oh, it was just a little this. Oh, it was just a little drugs. If you have to pump people full of drugs for them to participate in sexual activities that you want to do, that is coercion. And I don't think that they wanted to do it. And for multiple women over decades to have said that he raped them, I believe them. I know Cassie. She said it happened. I believe her. I know Mia. She said it happened. I believe her. Kat, my friend, said it happened. I believe her. And in some of the documentaries, there's a common thread. None of these women had spoke to each other. You want to know what the common thread is? Is that his eyes turned black and he looked like a demon. And so I believe that he was doing these things when he was out of his mind because he was a drug addict. Because he was a drug addict. He is a drug addict. Yeah. And so a lot of the verbal abuse and tantrums that us employees that were dealing with him quietly and silently were due to his drug abuse because he was a fucking drug addict. A high functioning drug addict. And then it's like, oh, why are you guys saying something now? And because I can now. Because I can now. And you know what? And I just don't care no more. And he's getting away with everything that he's done for decades. And all of these men that keep trying to pacify the behavior, y'all are predators too. So if you gotta pump women full of drugs so that you can have sex with them, you're a fucking predator. Okay? So yeah. So I just wanted to get that off of my chest too. Let me see. What else do I want to get off of my chest? Multiple executives over decades have helped cover up crimes, okay? And it should have been focused on them because the reality is nobody values women. Nobody cares about what was happening to them. Abuse apparently doesn't matter. When you pump people full of drugs to get them to do what they want to do, apparently they were doing it because they wanted to. No, but if the focus would have stayed on all the executive, I don't know why this wasn't presented. I don't know. Not my case. And that's what my lawyer had to keep telling me. So it's like, why didn't you testify? Because I freaked out on them. Because I told them, literally, you're going to lose it. Because I don't know what you guys are doing. And so, yeah, just wanted to clear that up. And I understand that you guys don't really understand sex work. And there is a lot of nuances. And listen, the people's sexual kinks is not the problem. But when you have to beat people into a submission, that is the problem, okay? I don't know how nobody understands this, but I stand with victims. And yeah, and I want to move forward, but I just don't understand. You guys don't know Cassie. I believe that she was raped. You don't know Mia. I do. I believe she was raped. You don't know Kat. I know her. I believe she was raped. He's a fucking rapist. And so, I don't care. That's what I believe. Have a great day, everyone. Fuck.
Let me just say that. Hey, stand on it, media. Let me just say this. She was supposed to testify in court. Oh, I'm sorry, Migo. She was supposed to testify in court. Had she gotten on the stand, had she said all of this on the stand, who knows how the case may have turned out. My thing is this. All of us that have our stances on what this case could have been, should have been, and was not, what was dropped, where the balls were dropped, all of that stuff, all of those narratives that we have don't even matter, because the truth of the matter is, whether you believe Diddy was guilty or whether you believe Diddy was innocent, the fact of the matter is the verdict is in. He is guilty of 2 counts of the Mann Act and found not guilty of the RICO and of the SCX trafficking. That's the fact of the matter. My anger with Chef Jordan is that you tell all of this on IG after the case is done. The verdict is in. We are now waiting to find out if he's going to be sentenced. If you stood with victims, why didn't you take the stand? Why didn't you take the stand? Mia got up there with her hair in front of her face. You know, she had on a wig, and she got up there and she testified. Cassie got up there and she testified. All of those people that were called as assistants, they got up there and they testified. And they told what was their version of their truths. You are doing this on IG. Why? Do your thing. Damn thing, mamas. One love. Thank you, Miss Pammy, for the super chat. I sat in that court and I listened to every horrific detail that was given. I don't care, and I'm saying this right now for everybody. I've never said any of this out loud. I'm so freaking proud of you, Henny. Y'all don't even know. You're freaking awesome. I have so much love for her. Thank you so much, Stand On the Media. I appreciate you. Y'all, I'm a person that stands with victims, that will explain a victim's plight because I've been in those situations, in those shoes. However, I am one of those people that is not out here that's going to say that every victim is actually a victim. And I do acknowledge that sometimes people embellish to make things something that they're not. I do understand that. But when I sat there and I'm watching these people, I'm looking at body language, I'm hearing the tone in their voice, I'm hearing the inflections. Cassie said that she loved their past. That's what she said. And that's being twisted up and turned up into be something awful. Diddy was not found guilty of RICO. He was not found guilty of trafficking, but you cannot negate away from everything that we've heard over the decades. Thank you for the super chat, Jermaine. He said, lunch on me, you doing your thing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You cannot negate away from everything that we've heard. Now, I told y'all, the government did not tell us that we were going to hear about kids and tunnels and unalivings of Tupac and Biggie and Kim and Andre Harrell and Heavy D and Craig Mack. And they did not say that to us. So for people to want to say, hooray, he beat the RICO, hooray, he beat the RICO. But to sit here and demonize people's experiences against them is wrong. And before anybody says, oh, what if it was your son? If my son did that shit, if my son was involved in some shit like this, I would be out here. And I would still be speaking the way that I'm speaking. Because what a lot of y'all don't know is my son is sitting up right now doing 25 years. He did not unalive anybody. He did not do any SCX crimes, but it's called keep the company you keep and the influences around you. That's what it's called. And so he is sitting up and he is doing time right now as we speak. But I will not sit here and say that my son has not been out in those streets doing things that he had no business doing, that he was not raised to do, that I put my foot up my son's ass. I kept a foot up my son's ass and a foot on his neck. I ruled my house with an iron fist, and my son still went out there into them streets. So I am not one of those people. So don't come at me with that. And I have a black son, and I have a black father, and I have black brothers. Period. So please don't come at me with any of those those deflecting type of comments, okay? My son just got out from doing 10 years. I definitely understand, same here, but my son still got caught up too. That's the point. My son still got caught up. So you understand where I'm coming from. Right is right, wrong is wrong, all day long. Stop twisting up what people said to make it fit a narrative. Was he guilty of RICO? Not the way they charged it. Did the prosecution drop the ball? In my opinion, yes, they did. But you had people backing out that now, Chef Jordan, you want to step forward and you want to express your frustrations when you could have done all of this on the stand. Y'all have to understand something that happened right now in front of our eyes. For the first time ever, every witness that took the stand against Diddy did something that nobody else had the courage to do in decades, which is stand on the stand and say and talk and speak. Those assistants got up on that stand and broke silence and told what was going on behind the scenes. And they were given immunity because they were a part of it. They were a part of it. And those assistants were scared to get blackballed because it was talked about being blackballed. Can we stop acting like blackball doesn't happen? People get blackballed all the time. And these were people's careers, things that they were dedicating their life to. went to school for, were given an opportunity to. Bad boy was prestigious to have on your resume. I said that before. It was prestigious to have bad boy on your resume. People wanted to work at bad boy. People believed in his dream. People believed in his vision. People believed in the opportunity that he was giving. Did he give opportunities to people? Abso-freaking-lutely. Did he do iconic moves? Abso-freaking-lutely. Did he break the glass ceiling? Abso-freaking-lutely. But let's not act like we didn't hear about people not getting their royalties, people having to be forced. He had to be forced to let people go. He had to be forced to let Mace go. He had to be forced to let the Locks go. Let's not act like we forgot about all of that stuff. Let's not forget that there were stories that were being told way before this case ever came into play. Decades of stories that, whether true or false, there's decades of stories. Brianna is not the only person that we heard of being dangled over a balcony. Well, Clifford, if they're a distraction for you, let me help you. Let me hello from the other side you right now, because I don't have time for ignorance right now. I am giving you my unadulterated thoughts that I have not given to y'all this whole trial, because I stuck to what was going on in the trial. That's what I said. Wale. I meant to say Wale was allegedly dangled over a balcony as well. And guess what? Wale wasn't the one that told the story. The engineers that were in there that night, they're the ones that told that story. For people to say that they don't see how it's physically possible for Brianna Bongalong to be picked up and dangled over that balcony. If you were there at court, how could you not see it? The girl is all of 4'11". She is 4'11". Diddy is 5'10". She's like a toddler to him. She's damn near a little person. Do I think that he had her feet completely off the balcony? No, because the balcony has a rail on it. I believe he picked her up and had her on that rail and was holding her there. She was little. Diddy is 5'10". That's not short. I'm 5'3". He's taller than me. Could he pick me up? No, because I weigh a lot, and I weigh a lot more than Brianna. Brianna was 100 pounds. That's what she testified to. You mean to tell me he couldn't pick up 100 pounds? We forget about the fact that there was a whole phone call made trying to get her, offering her $1 million. There's a whole phone call that happened where she was offered $1 million to drop the demands. Mind you, demands that were made by Tyrone Blackburn that Brianna said Tyrone Blackburn lied in. So you mean to tell me he was going to settle something and he hadn't looked over it? And they were all high. They were all high. Like, can we get to that? Can we get to that? I don't know where all of this came from. Out of nowhere with everybody, like we forget things. Yes, congratulations. You beat the RICO that they set up for you. But while everybody is celebrating, do y'all forget that we've seen this movie already? We've seen this movie already. We've seen it with OJ. We've seen it with Kelly, R. Kelly. We've seen it. OJ beat the murder, but they got OJ on something else. R. Kelly beat the first one, and they got him when they came back and spun the block. You think the government is about to take this sitting down? And the fact that people are sitting back and they are talking about these aren't victims, these aren't victims, these aren't victims. I could kind of understand why people are struggling with Jane. I can understand that. And that's not to take away from anything that she went through. But if you sat in that courtroom and you saw that video You saw all those bruises. You heard all those stories. And you know what, Laura? You are now helloed from the other side. Goodbye. Oh, undo. Oh, I can't undo. Oh my God. I helloed from the other side. Swagger. Oh, trying to get you and I got him. You get helloed from the other side. Oh my God. I got to undo Swagger. I know he's probably sitting there like, what the hell? What the helly? What the heliante? I'm sorry, Swagger. I'm coming to get you. I don't know how to unhide him. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Swagger, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Swagger's probably like, what the hell? Thank you for the super chat. Jermaine said that man was being tossed around. Listen, let me explain something to y'all. People can feel how they want to feel, but we're not going to negate away from things, okay? If they had built that RICO to fit the crimes that they were going after, they would have got him. Why didn't y'all go for the firearms? He had firearms in there that had serial numbers scratched off, which automatically made them illegal firearms. And you had guns broken down. Not only that, you dealt in obscene matters in those freak-offs. You didn't go for that. You banked everything on the trafficking and the transportation. And this is what happened. This case showed everybody's ass. Everybody showed their ass on this case because how dare y'all sit up here and say that... Let me shut up. I'm saying too much. I'm saying too much. At the end of the day, nobody had ever taken on Diddy. Nobody ever took on Diddy. And if they did, Diddy paid them off. As a woman, I'm highly disappointed in a lot of the things that I have seen and heard. But then again, some people probably haven't been through life. The system wasn't broken. The people are. The people are. The people who refused to get up on that stand because they were scared, that's not an excuse. When people showed bravery and got up on that stand, do you know how much strength it takes to face your accuser? Do you know how much strength it takes to get up there and tell your story? Mosiah, who's bitter? Truth is not bitter unless you can't handle it and it's hard to swallow for you. It's okay to cheer for your person. It's okay to say free Diddy. It's okay. What's not okay is in the process of doing that, you step on other people. That is humanity at its most disgusting. I believe it, stand on it, media. I see your comment. I need you to see my comment. Now let's talk. I see it. You needed me to see it. I see it. Truth is the only that is nothing else. And that's a fact. How you going to negate away from what we saw? Mosiah, the evidence was there. Either you wanted to see it or you didn't want to see it, and that's how it went. Because if you go back through my videos and go all the way back to when I started with Who is Jane, you will see that I was breaking down the 35 predicate offenses of a felony. And as this trial went along, I was showing you how the government was building this case. The parts that were dangerous to me were the parts that would affect everyday people if they were to go ahead and get this RICO the way that they got the RICO. But I broke it down, very much broke it down, and I actually broke the case down better than the government presented, if you, in my opinion. The thing is, the jury did not want to give him RICO, but the trafficking was there. I was in the courtroom. I saw the evidence that the government presented where they were talking about the planning of things, where he paid for the rooms, where he paid for the flights, where, yes, Jay and Cassie made a phone call to get those people to see if they were available, but he was paying for the movement of others. Where the government fouled up as well is they did not put on their count 6, transportation to engage of, ex-trafficking of ex-workers. Count 7, transportation to engage in prostitution of the escorts. Had they done that, those counts would have came back guilty. And understand that I am not upset about any of that. What I'm mad about is I'm mad that people want to talk now. Gina, you want to talk now? We watched you sit up there on Tasha K and tell us how that man beat you. For you to turn around now and say he's not dangerous, he did nothing dangerous to you? Thank you for the super chat, Cream. Cream said, agreed, Henny. I haven't had a perfected walk in this life, yet I'd never fully harm others. None of us are perfect in our walk in life. Chef Jordan, you were supposed to come and take that stand and save that energy for the stand. You were supposed to tell your story on that stand. You were supposed to spill all of that in that courtroom underneath examination and cross-examination. You were supposed to take that stand and face that man and say what you had to say. Not on IG because you feel safe now. Everybody feels safe in the comfort of their home. Talking to a screen, talking to people on the other side of said screen. You dropped the ball as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not going to praise her as an unsung hero. You dropped the ball. You let everyone on that case down. You know Cassie, you know Mia, you believe them. You didn't take the stand like you did. You stand with victims, but you left them hanging on the stand by themselves. You left them out here to face ridicule. And let me explain something to y'all. The nasty, disgusting behavior that has been going on in these internet streets and in real life is the reason why people did not call the police, did not come forward a long time ago, because this is classic behavior that happens over and over again. When somebody steps forward to say something, they get drugged through the mud and re-victimized. This man right here is coming out with his lawsuit, and this man right here is coming out with his lawsuit, and nobody is saying, where are their police records? Why didn't they call the police? Why didn't they, or like the defense said, why didn't they go to the police? No, they went to civil lawyers. Instead of seeking justice, they went for money. Why is that not being applied here? Why is the energy not the same? Because, I mean, if we going to drag victims, then they should be drugged too, right? If we don't believe victims, then you shouldn't believe them neither, right? I'm just saying. And then people wonder why women, most specifically black women, walk around with so much anger and aggression. We're aggressive. Why are we aggressive? Because we've got to defend and protect and provide for ourselves. There are not, and I'm not saying that's every man. Understand that. I'm not saying it's every man, because I salute and commend those men that are saying, you know what? I'm glad he didn't get the RICO, but that man did those ladies wrong. It was wrong. The domestic violence, whatever you want to call it, is wrong. I don't stand with that. I commend the men that are standing up and saying that. But there are all too many men out here that are turning narratives. Look at DJ Academics. I'm going to call it out by name. I don't even give a damn. DJ Academics is over here. They liars. They whores. They this, they that, the third. And he got a huge platform. But guess what? DJ Academics is a predator his damn self. I said it. I said it. He got his own sexual assault lawsuit, or did y'all forget that? Where him and his homeboys raped the girl. Allegedly. But that's the leader of the He-Man Woman Haters Club. It's sad. It's sad. Because, again, you can be happy that he didn't catch a RICO. But you could still say what was done was wrong. Stop saying he's innocent. His own people said they don't stand with the domestic violence. His own people said they had no idea that his drug addiction was as bad as it was. His own people do not stand for that behavior. So why can't y'all say the same damn thing? What's so hard about that? That's not turning your back on him. That's not making him your enemy. Y'all want to hold these women accountable? These women got on the stand and held themselves accountable. Cassie held herself accountable. Jane held herself accountable. But Cassie and Jane and Mia and Brianna are the only ones that get talked about. But nobody talks about the men that took the stand, that were supposed to be his loyal employees, that were his assistants, that were carrying the substances around for him. And while people are tooting the horn of Brendan Paul, who took the stand and said, Diddy's not a criminal. I didn't do nothing criminal. Meanwhile, you were arrested for criminal stuff. You just testified to criminal activity. You just testified to buying drugs for the man. That is criminal. And then transporting it to him. You just testified to that. You also testified to cleaning up the room and finding drugs in the room. You also testified to being his 2C tester. To test the purity of the Tusi. Are we going to forget about all of the testimony and just cherry pick what we want to hear? Geneva, if you refuse to hear, if this is not your cup of tea, baby, don't go back and forth with me, because you really don't want it. You don't want that smoke with me, because you wasn't in that courtroom. Because at the end of the day, if the prosecution would have went for drug trafficking, they would have got it. They would have got it. They would have got it. And that's why I said I took the time to understand this case, and I could tell you what charges they would have gave him that probably would have stuck, because we all saw it. We understood trafficking. We understood crossing state line with substances. We understood trafficking. The distribution. Yes, the 2C tester, the pink powder. Brendan Paul testified that he would sample the narcotics for him. The 2C. They testified to picking up, going and copping from One Stop and Baby Girl, and I forgot the other one's name. Even testified that Diddy had a $400 tab with the dealer. The enterprise, we saw that. We understood that. You're right about that. The feds do own Cassie. The feds own every person who got up on that stand and testified that was an employee or in a romantic relationship with him because they got immunity. Or else, yes, y'all are right. If Cassie wasn't the witness and this had been somebody else that was coming up here to testify, a third party coming to testify, Cassie would have had criminal charges too. Jane would have had criminal charges too. All the assistants, Capricorn Clark, the other one, David James, George Kaplan, Mia, George Lopez, all of them, they would have had criminal charges too. Right along with KK, and D-Rock, and Uncle Paulie, and Ruben, and yes, Roger Bonds too, because Bonds' name came up a couple of times, but not as much as the other ones, as Paulie and D-Rock. Why did you retract your comment, Geneva? You said you used to love my content. Why? Because we're having a disagreement about this case? Untime her out. Untime her out. I used to like your content, but now let me explain something to y'all. All of that, I used to like your content, yada, 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 yada stuff. If it's because I don't agree with your narrative, you're not going to agree with me every time. And I'm not going to agree with you every time. I am a free thinker. I'm not a herd thinker. I don't go with popular opinion. I go with my own. I do my own thinking. I do my own investigating of things. I do my own stuff. I'm my own little drummer girl. But what happens is people who are like-minded on certain subjects, y'all navigate because we're thinking on the same frequency. We're all coming to the same conclusion ourselves. My job is not to persuade nobody. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to state the facts and the truth as I see it. You don't have to agree with me, but don't attack me neither, because I'm not going to attack you. But coming up here trying to persuade me to think another way because you used to like my content, you don't like my content right now because I don't agree with the way you're thinking. And guess what? Shout out to Sean G. Shout out to Conversations with Jay. Shout out to all of the people that are on the other side of this. Because guess what? I met those people in real life. And guess what? Their opinion doesn't change who they are as a person. To me. I had a conversation with Sean G. We walked to the train. We took the train. We talked. I don't have an issue with no content creator that feels the way that they feel and has their opinion. I'm just speaking about me. And I'm talking about the people that come over here with those narratives that want to be combative. You don't have to be combative. Just sit and listen. You don't have to agree, but sit and listen. But don't try to coerce me into changing my narrative because you used to like my content. No, you don't like my Diddy content. So if you don't like my Diddy content, come back to the next one. Maybe you'll fall in love with me all over again. Because I'm going to tell you something. When I'm on here and I'm dragging whack, when I was on here and I was exposing lies and all of that stuff, people loved me. But when it comes to this right here, a lot of y'all are upset with me. And that's fine. Y'all can be upset, but we can agree to disagree. I'm grown. I'm very much grown. I'm hella grown. I'm not young. Okay? I'm not 20-something years old. And I'm not 30-something years old either. I'm in my 40s, baby. I am a grown-ass woman with grown-ass children, who has lived life and been through life and still has more life to go. So at this point in time, it's not me just assuming things. It's me basing things off of life experience. It's me using my critical thinking skills and analogy, because guess what? When I was in school, we used to do research. We had to do reports where we researched things. So I'll get to digging. And I still haven't cooked Diddy's ass neither. You know why? Because like I've said to y'all, this man is a victim. Everybody in this case is a victim. Either victim of their own circumstances, but they're all victim of unhealed trauma. Thank you, Swagger. They're all victims of unhealed trauma, and this man right here has the most unhealed trauma. 20 years, maybe more, of addiction to substances. But you want to tell me, I had somebody tell me Cassie introduced him to the lifestyle of drugs. That is a damn lie. That man was doing them substances before Cassie and after Cassie. He was still doing ketamine and MDMA and Xanax and cocaine and all of that stuff. He was caught with it in the hotel in New York. How? That medicine bag was there before Cassie. And if she was doing anything, it wasn't in excess. She became a junkie. She became a product of her environment. She became groomed and accustomed to the situation that she was in. The lifestyle. Well, guess what, Miss Hurricane Cat? Here's a treat for all of y'all. The next case that I'm going to be digging up in, because I'm sick of people coming and talking about, oh, you quick to drag the black man. Nah, we gonna get into these bros right here. Let me see if I could get a good picture of them. I can't even get a good picture of them. Y'all know who this is? Do y'all know who these boys are? Outreach says no. Just say yes or no if you know who they are. Just say yes or no. Okay, there's 2 yeses. There's 3. There's a whole lot of no's. Well, guess what? Y'all are going to get to know who these men are. These are the Alexander brothers. These are the Alexander brothers, guys. And you want to know what they did? They have ex-trafficked women for decades. Going back to high school, these men were using women, setting them up to come to parties, to grape them, drugging them and graping them. These men. 2 of these brothers, these 2 I think it was, they were in real estate together. They are the Alexander brothers. The other brother was in charge of the family security firm. One of them has more of an issue than the other 2, but the other 2 are caught up in this as well. I'm going to be digging on them. I'm going to be exposing them. I read their story. They are monsters with money. Exactly. So for all of y'all that want to sit up here and say, oh, you just want to take a black man down. Oh, no, baby. I'm exposing them. And a lot of people aren't talking about them, which is crazy to me. Hi, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. A lot of people aren't talking about them. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Uh-oh. Who did I hide? Uh-oh, I hid somebody. Sorry, Katrina. I accidentally did that when I was trying to get my stuff from the door. What'd you say? She said, so wait, let me ask you something. If you put your hands in hot water and it burns, would you go back and do it? Well, Cassie was burning bad down there and you cannot tell me. Oh my God. Yeah, I should have kept you blocked. I should have kept you blocked with that right there. Come on, Miguel. I thought you had something to say. You just want to troll. Anyway, I'm reacting to it. LOL, I can't wait. Yes, you can react to a Stand On It Media because I will be rolling them out to y'all this week. Now, I know a lot of people want me to cover Luigi, but a lot of people are already going to be covering Luigi. And so, because a lot of people are already going to be covering Luigi, I decided I'm going to cover them because they will be in that same federal courtroom. So, tomorrow, I will begin re-rolling out the Alexander brothers. Now, I covered them 3 months ago. I talked about them in a live, and I posted a video about them, and that video only got about 500 views. But what you will not be able to do is come over here and say to me that I just want to see the black man fail. Because we're going to talk about them. Because we're going to talk about all of this stuff that's going on. Now, yes, they are in New York. So let me give you a little intro to these brothers. Between the three of them, they have five Miami-Dade cases between the three of them for actual battery and assault. 5. One of the brothers has 3, and the other 2 caught a Miami charge as co-conspirators to the one brother. These brothers were brought up on multiple counts of ex-trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, with 9 counts on their indictments. They caught a Miami-Dade federal case in Miami with the Southern District of Miami, and they caught a federal case in the Southern District of New York. Now get this. They were arrested December 11th of 2024. You ain't hear too much about them because everybody was talking about Diddy. But on December 11th of 2024, the Alexander brothers were arrested and taken into custody in Miami-Dade. On that same day, December 11th of 2024, Miami-Dade, Southern District of Miami, dropped their indictment on him, and the Southern District of New York dropped their indictment on them as well. So on that one day, they caught state and federal charges. Now, since then, a stay order was put in for them to stay and remain in New York. So the Southern District of Miami gave their cases over to the Southern District of New York, and they will now be tried in that same court building as Diddy, as Luigi. They were using their real estate business. They were using dating apps. They were using their wealth and their privilege to set up and arrange dates with women with the specific intention to actually assault, batter, and grape them. Oh, we gonna talk about it, baby. That part, they were pimping and closing big deals using women. Period. So yes, this is the next case that we are getting into. And as you can see, I have been doing my homework already. Because understand this, even when I'm not online, that doesn't mean that I'm not working. And I have been reading their court docs. This was more salacious than Diddy, but no media coverage. Thank you for saying that, big state of being. Teresa, I'm going to look into that, and maybe I'll cover that on another story. So understand that when I'm coming down on Diddy, that don't mean I ain't coming down on nobody else. And we're going to dig all up in their business and get it cranking. And it starts tomorrow. But anyway, child, I done been on here for about, 3 hours with y'all, just kicking it with y'all. I love kicking it with y'all or whatever. Before I go, let me just tell you this. The experience in the courtroom has been very traumatic. So for me, I have been trying to cleanse myself spiritually. I have been trying to rest my body, and I have been trying to uplift my energy. I'm about to go sit outside in the sun, maybe go ride my bike in the sun for a little bit, just to kind of like cleanse myself of all of that, because it was sitting in dark energy. That's nasty energy to want to sit in. Not only that, going into a federal courthouse holds a lot of nasty energy, not just Diddy energy, all the energy of people that have come through there, okay? Now, I do want to talk about Luigi, and I am going to talk about Luigi with y'all because I have some interesting information that I do want to give to you, but I'm not going to break my neck is what I'm saying to speak about Luigi, because a lot of people are going to talk about him. And if the Diddy trial taught me anything, yes, it's good to be on the trending topic, but why not start the trending topic? And it would be interesting to see how many other content creators follow suit and begin to start talking about them, because there's more people that are quote unquote Diddies in this world. There's more people that are more cynical, more diabolical, and need to be exposed. We need to start pulling on the fabrics of the banes on society, no matter what color, race, creed, ethnicity, or religion that they are underneath, or gender. Because if I come across some women that's doing some diabolical stuff, baby, I'm going to expose them too. Why leave them white men alone, but we can drag the black men? I can't decide on a name. I don't know what that means, because I can't decide on what you're saying. You talking about leave them white men alone. Why would I leave them alone? They don't leave our men alone, do they? If these were black brothers, if these were Hispanic brothers, oh, baby, they would have been all up and down everywhere. Viral. Your mother. And now you're out of here, Kizzard. Hello from the other side. Anyway, I'm an equal opportunity exposer. So all of that, oh, you want to see a black man down? That don't apply here, baby. I told y'all, right is right and wrong is wrong. Because he got money, Dylan. He got money. And I want to see what's going to happen with them. They're not being charged with RICO, y'all. They don't have a RICO. But I ain't going to give y'all too much. Anyway, I know this video was a long one and y'all probably missed a lot of stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to work on chopping down some of this video into smaller microdoses of it. And that'll be rolling out throughout the day as I do it. And that'll probably roll out throughout the week. I'll just be dropping little things. But as far as giving y'all a long, drawn-out video when it comes down to the diddler, I'm not doing that unless it warrants that. I will come, I will tell y'all, yep, there's a new case and this, that, and the third. But this will be my final, long, drawn-out Diddy video. The next videos you will get will just be updates. But like I said, if we could talk about him, then baby, we damn sure are going to talk about them. We're going to talk about them brothers, okay? we going to talk about them too, okay? But anyway, at the end of the day, thank you everybody who was able to stay. I hope this made you get through your days. How about you focus on your mama? I hope this got you through your workday. I hope that it was informative, entertaining, enlightening. Thank you for being here whenever you came in. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Welcome to the new subscribers that have come here. Welcome to the bar. Okay, the bar will be open later on. And I hope that you guys will join me in the horizontal lives the way that y'all join me in these vertical ones. Love is always love, y'all. And remember to vibe high so the bullshit don't stick. And I will definitely see you in the next video. Peace, everybody.